Okay, good morning, everybody. At long last, we are here. Is everybody ready? Okay. Hopefully you can hear me in the chat room. Hopefully you can hear me out there on YouTube. I am ready. Is it John, Eamon? Let's make sure they can hear you first. They can hear you?
Test, guys,
Hello,
can you hear us?
Peter. To the moon.
All right. And indeed, to the moon indeed. Look, I am ready. Hold on. Let me show you full picture here.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
See, that's the spirit.
All right. Here I am, ready to go to the moon. So, hopefully you guys are in the spirit too, because today is all about SpaceX. If you don't know that, you have not been paying attention. It's all about SpaceX IPO, and thank goodness, at long last, we're going to be having that IPO. I am looking forward to it because this market has been terrible. I don't like it. I don't like this market in waiting for the SpaceX IPO. I'm hoping we get back to some normal trading. How's it been for you guys? You guys doing okay? Has it been going okay for you, or?
I feel the same way, Peter. I don't know if I've been making excuses for myself by saying that the upcoming IPO has made my trading worse, but it's been I was going to say choppy. That's not even the right word. There's something making trading a bit difficult this week, it felt like.
I totally agree with John. Like these last week, especially the last 2 or 3 days were difficult. I remember having 1 or 2 red days, I think, and then a day where I did not trade. It was choppy and news all over the place. So hopefully with the SpaceX coming today, we'll have some good trading opportunities. Everybody's been waiting for this day, and it's finally there.
Getting no audio. Oh yeah, we've always had this problem. I never put that plug in. Can you guys just go on the microphone in the chat room? Sorry.
Yes,
I have to make you do this. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot. You can hear me. Yeah. So now we've got to get John and Eamon joining in the chat room. There's a plugin.
Chat room.
Yeah, there's a plugin that I don't have, and I have to. I always forget that. So okay, there you go. So now everybody's good to go. Yeah. I don't know. Like I think some people have had a great time trading. I personally feel that the market has been more difficult, and I have not enjoyed it. It is not as much fun as normal for me, but that's everybody's got sort of a different profile. So what we're gonna do though this morning, guys, we are gonna do the regular schedule. As you can see, Carlos isn't here today. He's doing some grad stuff with his kids. You got to do that, right? What do they call it now? A promotion event. Anyways, whatever.
Stepping up ceremony or something.
Step up ceremony.
Something
Yeah.
like
I mean, you're going from grade, whatever it is, one grade to another. I mean, I don't know. Is this old me? I mean, I don't remember getting any type of step up ceremony. You're just like, yeah, see you back next year for grade 6, or whatever.
The reward was in leaving school. You turned in your books.
Yeah.
You said goodbye. You had a party at the end of the year. You got on the bus, and it was the greatest feeling on planet Earth, stepping off your school bus on the last day of school and running into your neighborhood knowing you weren't getting on that thing for another 2.5 months or whatever it was. I think, yeah, that all the reward is there. It's all you need. But
exactly, that was the thing. Now you get a whole ceremony, and anyways, congratulations if you're stepping up.
It never rained, Peter, on the last day of school. It was always a happy sunny day. I swear. Like I only have memories of the most beautiful weather and getting off that bus and feeling so free. I feel like it was never a bad day.
Well, there you go. That is my memory too. Now that I think about it, but
I really miss it. Now I'm feeling sad that life will never have. You'll never get those feelings. They are special.
And what am I going to do for the next? Well, actually, you didn't care what you were going to do for the next 2 months. You didn't really think that way, did you? You're just
not at all.
No.
Yep. School is like so far away, I never have to worry about it. Anyways, okay. So guys, we've got our usual slate of activity. As you can see, we've got a gappers list that's still got stuff, right? The market's still moving. There's still this stuff. I'm noticing some space stuff on it. We got some space stuff. Interestingly, some is gapping up and some is gapping down. So I'm not quite sure what that means, but we've got space all over this list. Up and down, so the market seems to be of a mixed opinion. Again, SPCX SpaceX. That is the ticker of the day. If you don't know that yet, then you're going to get to know it by the end of the day, or you're certainly not paying attention. So that is if we were to call that up right now. By the way, I was taking a look at it a little earlier, and there's nothing yet, but it's there, it's ready. It's going to open at some point. Notice what I have got on my little screen here. They've got the price set at 135. So we're still sitting at that target price based on the information they've got loaded into their default system. So we'll see how that goes. But yes. And interestingly, it's listed here as Space Exploration Technologies. I thought is that the formal name for SpaceX?
That is actually the name, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Space Exploration Technologies. So, anyways, guys, we're going to be talking all about SpaceX. We're going to be talking, of course, about the gappers and other things that are going on. What we can also talk about, though, is maybe what happened yesterday. And Eamon, you could tell us sort of yesterday in a few in 60 seconds. In fact, why don't we do that?
Exactly. Let's try to fit in 60 seconds. So, guys, yesterday was one of those days where the headline data said one thing, but the market ended up doing something completely different. We know that PPI came in hot. The producer prices rose to 1.1% month over month and 6.5% year over year. So basically that tells us that inflation is still not where the Fed wants it. Normally, that kind of number should pressure stocks, should give us a downtrend or a sell-off or anything like that. But as we all could see, the market did not care. Obviously, it did not dump, but neither it squeezed. It was just going sideways until later during the afternoon, where Trump called the off-plant strikes, and that moved the market immediately. Oil dropped, yields eased, and the stocks rallied higher. And by the close, S&P was up almost 2%, NASDAQ 2.5%, and the Dow gained over 900 points. So inflation is obviously a problem, but market decided not to care about inflation. It decided to care about the positive news that we've had tens of times. After that, we got Adobe's earnings. The numbers were strong, surprisingly, actually. The revenue hit a record of $6.62 billion. The earnings beat, the guidance went higher, which is really good for growth stocks. And the AI first ARR tripled to more than $500 million. And that should have been bullish, but as you could see on your charts, it just dumped. And the main reason for that is that they announced that their CFO is leaving and stock ended up dumping. So that's the summary of yesterday, and trying to keep it short because today is a big day. Let's go to what to expect today. And today is only about one thing, and Peter has said it. It's all about SpaceX. SpaceX is expected to begin trading today under the ticker SPCX, priced at $135 per share, and they raised about $75 billion, and the company value is going to be around $1.75 trillion. And that makes it the largest IPO in history. SpaceX set aside a huge portion of shares for retail investors, which means that this will not just be an institutions quietly moving the stock. Retails are involved around here. Elon is involved. The valuation is really big, and the timing is honestly perfect. You know how last week I was telling you that the timing is not good. The market is dumping. We have the war news all over the place. I mean, yesterday the market had strong rally after the Iran strikes reversals, and that makes me wonder, was it actually planned to just call it off one day before the SpaceX goes live? What do you think, Peter?
Was it planned? I don't know.
I mean, it's just the timing was so good. I have no idea.
The timing is suspicious. I give you that. I have trouble giving this administration credit for all of that timing, but they do seem to have an awful lot of coincidences. So maybe, you know what? I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. There are people making money off of this, right? So when there's a lot of money, they certainly could have potentially planned this. Yes.
Exactly. So, I mean, we don't know. The one thing that we don't know, guys, is when exactly it's going to go live. Because I've seen this question in the chat. Do you have any idea to know at least approximately when it's going to go live? I mean, no idea. Because with IPOs, especially this big, the stock can take time to open while Nasdaq balances all the orders. So Reuters said that many analysts expect it to open in the afternoon because of the size and the complexity of the deal. So maybe around the afternoon. But again, it's all estimates. It could open even sooner, right?
Yeah. And let's handle that. It's a good question because and a lot of people are asking that exact question. So IPOs, they never give a specific time. They do that on purpose because, like Eamon said, there's a lot of complexity. They have to settle all the existing pre-orders and then make sure they sort of balance the available shares. So, there's a lot of background work that's needed to get things ready. Typically, IPOs are released between about 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. That's the normal time range. However, there's nothing stopping them from being opened at any point during the day, earlier or later. As Eamon said, I think the anticipation is because of the complexity, and I have also a sort of a theory that I don't think they actually wanted to trade too much today, because if it doesn't go as, if it tanks, you want to give limited time so it can't drop very far. If it goes really well, you want to ride that high into the weekend and not give a chance for that to taper off and then start to go flat. So one way or the other, I think it benefits them to open later in the afternoon. So I agree with you, Eamon, and the analyst. I think it's going to be sometime sort of mid-afternoon. 1:30, 2 o'clock to me would be the ideal time, but we'll see. We just don't know. So we have to be on alert all day. I actually have alerts set in my tool so that, as soon as it opens, I'll get notified. So we'll know.
Well, you see, guys, Peter is going to be the first one to know, and then he'll notify us. But one thing about it, obviously, the expected price to open is $135 per share. But remember, there is going to be a lot of algos that are buying literally millisecond after it opens, and there is a chance to see it opening around 10 to 15% higher. And I think that's healthy IPO pop. But if it opens 30, 40, or 50% above the expected price, then we're probably talking about hype more than valuation. And obviously, if we see it opening below 135, which is highly unlikely, then that would be a real surprise for us, right? Because with this much attention, this much retail demand, and this market rally behind it, the stock should have a tailwind today. So we'll see. Now let's go to a bit of boring parts. The second thing today to watch is the 10 a.m. consumer sentiment. It's important because Wall Street is in a better mood after Iran risk cool down. But consumer may not feel better yet. The gas is still expensive, inflation is still high, and the last sentiment reading was weak. So if sentiment gets better, that supports the idea that the consumer is stabilizing. And if it stays weak, it reminds us that the stock market and the real economy are not always living in the same world. And finally, just keep watching oil. Oil dropped after Trump's announcement yesterday. Obviously, that helped stocks rally, but remember, the deal is not done. Did you guys watch that video CNN made of Trump saying we're too close to make a deal for 39 times?
No.
Yeah,
So basically, there was a 1 minute video clip where he's just saying we're too close to make a deal, and that happened 39 times. So you know this. It happened. We had this exact same statement 39 times, and we had the market getting pumped after the statement for 39 times. So today is about whether traders believe that the de-escalation can hold at least through the weekend. If oil keeps falling, that will help the market rallying at least for Friday and to have a good weekend. And if oil suddenly turns back up, that will tell us that the market is still nervous. So we've seen these kind of announcements coming over and over, but let's leave some of these for the rest of the show. And make no mistake, these news don't matter today. Today belongs only to SpaceX. And let's head back to Peter and John for the gappers list.
There you go. All right. Well, you're absolutely correct, Eamon, that today is all about SpaceX. It's SpaceX, SpaceX, SpaceX. So that's what we're going to be focused on too. But again, there's nothing to do until the IPO comes out. We can talk about it. We're going to look at some of the related stocks, and we can do that through the gappers. So why don't we go through what's on here? We'll cover the top ones and see what's interesting. All right. So let's start with that. And we're going to start with the first one that's on this list, which is DSY, which is a familiar ticker because it's been on here a couple of times in the past. Looks like it's got, my God, a lot of volume. Trading about 20 million shares here this morning. And it's really moving in the early stages. So, and I've got let me get John on here. So, John, maybe you could tell us, is there any news? There must be some news on DSY.
No.
What?
I don't think there is. I don't know why it moved 2 days ago, but yeah, I think this is the ripples in the pond effect. Honestly, I don't see anything specifically for it. This is a what kind of company is this?
Big Tree Cloud
Big Tree
Holdings. That's all I could tell you. Cloud company?
Yeah, yes, of some kind. Yeah, I really don't know why it's moving. Yeah, I got nothing for you. If anyone else in the chat or on YouTube has an idea, love to hear it.
Well,
but no, there's nothing in particular that I see.
Yeah, I agree with John. I also checked it out, and there is honestly no major catalyst, at least from what I'm seeing. And it could be just simply because of some old companies of some old news that it already had, and today is just a momentum follow
I
through.
did have a thought though, Peter, going
Yeah.
back to SpaceX, because I feel like we're going to go back to SpaceX a lot this morning anyway.
We will. Yeah.
If they say they opened it late, so they only gave it like an hour to trade, and then
Right.
it started to sell off, you could almost imagine the panic would compound because people would think, oh my gosh, I only have an hour to get out of this stock before the market closes at 4, And
Yeah.
then maybe that would like cause even crazier selling. I was just that thought kind of popped into my head. Who knows how this could work out?
Yeah. I mean, that could be a case for opening it earlier, right? And having it trade longer. But it's tough to tell. I guess we'll find out when we find out. I mean, one way or the other, they may be hindered by the fact that there is a lot of, administrative work to be done in the background. And they may have no choice but to open it late because they won't be ready. So we'll all find out together. One way or the other. I'm ready to go. Okay, let's go down the list then, since this DSY that we were just looking at is not doing much. I mean, it actually looks interesting in terms of the volume.
Oh, here's a theory, Peter. And this
Yeah.
is coming from the chat room. They're helping us out. Mac here is saying something, as well as Tom H. Did you see the giant fire in Tracy, California yesterday at the medical supply facility?
No, I did not.
Huge fire at a
Okay.
gigantic medical supply company warehouse, or a logistics center. So
Okay.
surgical masks, gowns for hospitals, linen, whatever, all burned down. And DSY is a company that sells personal care products and other consumer goods like sanitary napkins and other things. So possible that could be the connection there, that the loss of that logistics center then benefits them. But then again, it also moved an epic amount 2 days ago, and it's not surprising to see it moving this morning. So
Right.
alternate theory there.
Could be. Okay. I don't know, but I mean, the volume looks good. It's tapering off here a little bit. It's not quite as robust as it was, but we'll see what happens with this thing. Oh, my volume colors are all weird. All right, we'll work on fixing that. Let's look at the next. Actually, you know what? What we could do? Let me just change tacks here a little bit, and we can go take a look at this economic calendar, because we do have coming up to the 8:30, and we're gonna have to let go of the chat room. Although we may merge the streams again a little bit later. We'll have to see how that goes. But I was looking at the economic calendar for today, and if we take a look there, you can see there's a whole bunch of stuff in terms of the Michigan consumer expectations, and then it's Friday. So Friday we always have like the oil rig count, the speculative positions that released. Those are later in the afternoon. Frankly, it's a nothing day from an economic calendar, right? We've got nothing coming up at 8:30. We've really the 10 o'clock stuff. I can't imagine the market's going to care with this backdrop of waiting for SpaceX. So, if consumer expectations moves the market, I'll be as shocked as anyone. But that's the only economic activity we have for the day. All right. So that's it there. Over in the Bear Bulls chat room, I'm going to hand you over to the tender mercies of Jared. Sorry, Jared's coming on here, I think, in a minute. So we will let that happen, and we'll continue with everybody on YouTube going through our gappers list and getting ready for this open. All right, cut that. Don't forget to take yourself off the mic there, John, in the chat room. There you go. Okay. Next on our gappers list is something jumped up here. ACAN, AKAN is on the list, and that is let's do this one. And that is Akanda Corp, which we have seen in the past. Low volume here, only 269,000 shares. It's up a lot though, 30%. It's really made a move this morning. Why are they so happy?
Yeah, this just popped in here, Peter. They received a receipt of non-compliance to join the NASDAQ back in late May 22nd. But today, this morning, they've regained compliance with their NASDAQ filing requirements. So they're back in the game.
they're back in, baby. So okay, so I guess that's what's got it moving so well. All right, well that's good enough. Continued volume, I don't know. I mean, I usually that gives some interest pre-market. If I look at the daily on this thing, I mean it's we can tell it's got lots of room to pop. Look at this crazy thing, man. It was up as high as $80. Are you kidding me? Anyway, so okay, well if it decides it wants to run, I mean, yeah, this could be interesting for the moment. I don't like it that much. And again, the volume is so significantly low. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Okay, the other one that I was going to move to is, because ACAN jumped in front of it, was this EDHL, which has been on the list all morning. Everbright Digital Holdings, 5.5 million shares traded. It's up 37% this morning. What's in its digital holdings? Is there space? Is there space in it?
This is a low float Chinese kind of penny stock thing. What is the price here? Well, it's more than a penny stock these days, but it's had a lot of recent frenzy in volume and volatility. I don't know that there's specific news. I do want to point out that AKAN company was is a cannabis company for what it's worth. So if you're looking to trade that and that information helps you out at all, there you go. But yeah, no, I see nothing on this. What is this ticker? EDHL again. I got nothing. Everbright. It has that kind of Chinese name, that Everbright. Sounds like
it's listed.
I mean, just to see what happened yesterday, this thing dropped a lot, and this is a normal price action for these low floats and momentum stocks. When you get a stock dropping, I don't know, like 200%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was around 200%, right? I mean,
it gapped
150.
$16 and then dropped all the way down to five.
So this is it's probably a small momentum bounce on a low float stock.
Yeah. All right. Well, that doesn't look all that interesting to me. I mean, the volume's okay, but yeah, I don't like that type of play. So I think we're going to pass on that. The next thing that's hitting the gappers list here is ASPB. We got a bunch of weird things. I expect weird things to be in biotech because it is a Friday. For some reason now, it used to be just Mondays. Now on Fridays, we also get some biotechs that come out with whatever, usually drug type announcements. And of course, we're gonna see a sprinkling of these space stocks on here as well. But anyways, so this is Aspire Biopharma Holdings, ASBP, traded 980,000 shares, up 20% this morning. John, what's going on?
Interesting acquisition here, I guess, by the title I'm reading. Aspire Biopharma announces signing of definitive share purchase agreement to acquire DuraDriver Control Systems, a leading global automotive supplier with 100+ year history and $200 million in 2025 revenue. It's I guess I'm reading that right. A biopharma company is acquiring a leading global automotive supplier.
That seems odd. Like, that doesn't seem like their core business, but yeah. What the heck?
Is that what we call a pivot, Peter?
Pivot? Pivot. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's out of their wheelhouse here, but I don't but yeah, that's what it seems to be what it's all about. They're talking about how excited they are to bring DCS into the Aspire team to build a shared future that creates significant value for all shareholders. Blah blah blah, all that normal stuff that they talk about. Why is this a good buy? And the market seems to think, normally the company that's doing the acquisition sees their stock go down, but ASBP is up, like we said. Now, it was up 20%. Look at this. In just the last, while we've been talking about it, it has dropped like 5% in value. So this thing is a little bit erratic.
SBP is interesting because it doesn't move only on one news. There are multiple news at the same time. The first thing, 2 days ago, they regained their NASDAQ compliance. They have $21 million financing secured, and they also have 5 million share repurchase authorization. And on top of that, it's short interest and a tiny float. So mix of news at the same time, and you don't know which one is dominant.
This is really confusing from a business point of view. So thanks for that, Eamon. Yeah, because I'm reading more about them, and yeah, this Dura driver control that they're buying, absolutely, they make driver control systems for vehicles, whereas Aspire Bio is specifically focused on delivering drugs. A drug delivery system for the gastrointestinal tract. I do not see the relation in these business. Like, I have no idea. They don't seem related whatsoever. So why this is a good deal, I really don't know. Anyways, all right. Well, there you go. If that's it, like, maybe it'll be tradable. I mean, look what happened. We got the initial pop, and it's just been sort of now selling off. So it'll be back to where it started from soon enough, and it could be red, a few minutes after that. So anyways, whatever. This is just too confusing for me. It's not the type of risk profile I like, so I'm not going to trade it. Next on the list here, I can see is SATS. Let's take a look at that. EchoStar Corporation. Now, there we go. Now we're getting more into the space I was expecting. This sounds spacey. Tell me about EchoStar.
Yeah, space related. Peter, can you bump up my volume a bit? I'm getting some comments in the chat that it's coming in very low.
Yeah, when you turn your head, it gets very low. So I've been trying to manage those levels. It depends on which way you're facing. So.
Sorry. I'll have to think about how I manage my microphone. Maybe I'll just carry it around like this. Yeah, so this is space related, and jumping on the news here about SpaceX. I don't know exactly what this company does, but we can try to find it real quick. But we're going to see a lot of these this morning. You're going to see Rocket Lab up. You're going to see RDW up. You're going to see what else is there? ASTS and space, probably Virgin Galactic, which I love. I'm sure you guys have talked about this in recent days, how people are buying Virgin Galactic accidentally, thinking it is SpaceX stock.
And what's interesting to me is SPCE, right? As you said, the existing sort of company, Virgin Galactic, is actually down 10% this morning. So, whereas most of the other space stocks are up, they're gapping down this morning. So, but yeah, they're going to be moving one way or the other. So, yeah, SATS, a little bit of a sympathy play. As I said, we're going to see a lot of that. So, maybe we'll just handle those as a group. So whether you like that one, we got RKLB, Rocket Lab, which is also on our gappers list, gapping up. I noticed that we had, let's say about Redwire. I saw that earlier. It's actually gapping down marginally. What else we got that's space related here?
There are actually some companies that are space related that are gapping down, like VELO, which does 3D printing involved in the production of Raptor engines, which are the engines in the Starship vehicle that SpaceX is working on.
Okay.
So it's interesting. It's not all gapping up if it's related, but some of it looks like profit taking. I think VELO has been up quite a bit lately. Not to try to jump ahead of the list here, but
no, I don't even. Well, no, that is on our list there. So, but yeah, like you said, we're going to see things sort of spattering across this list. So, which makes them very volatile, right? If you're looking to trade any of these today, I would suggest for anybody, there's going to be a high degree of volatility, more than normal, I would expect, across the whole spectrum. Whether they're gapping up or they're gapping down right now, there's going to be volatility. So just be aware of that. I personally, I can't until SpaceX IPO opens. I personally, I don't think I'm going to go anywhere near these things because they're too crazy. So, but they're there. They're moving. They're getting volume. They've got attention today. So know that that's the case. All right, so what can we look at this? How about one that we've seen in the past that is back up here? How about Nebius Group? It's up 3.9% on 700,000 shares. NBIS. It seems to be gapping a little bit. Maybe that'll be a little more normal. What is it? Has it got news or what? What's it doing? Oh, I see why.
Yeah, they have. Sorry, John, go for it.
No, go ahead, Eamon. You're good.
Yeah, they announced a 1.7 billion AI infrastructure expansion powered by NVDA technology on the 8th of June. So I don't know if that's the most recent one, but could be related to it. John.
That's the same story I came up with, although I didn't know the news was going back 4 days. But yeah, that they have a a partnership with NVIDIA, I think.
Yeah. Is it really? Like, does NVIDIA know they have a partnership, or is it just one of these? Because one of these a lot of companies are like, yes, we're working with NVIDIA, and really just means they're buying some of their product.
That's a good point.
Oh.
Yeah. Back on June 9th, yeah, in Nebius shares jump after NVIDIA backed AI lab launch. So NBIS launching an AI lab and NVIDIA backing up that effort.
Yeah, another thing is that this morning, and I found the most fresh thing is that they got added to the Nasdaq 100 index, which is meaningful catalyst because it can create automatic buy and demand from index funds and ETFs. So that could actually be it.
Right. Now, I will say it was announced that they are going to be added to the index. That'll actually happen on the 22nd. So, but the buying happens usually in advance of that, so that could be what's moving Nebius this morning, that they are gapping up. So this is the potential. I mean, being added to an index is always good because that means that institutional buying increases as they add your stock, and the different the ETFs that do the tracking of the NASDAQ have to then acquire shares in your company to put them in their fund. So that could be good news for Nebius. One that's also familiar that I see gapping up here is CoreWeave and CRWV. So CoreWeave is up 3.7% on 1.2 million shares. It looks pretty boring right now. It's not really moving that much. The volume has really sort of tapered off. So this doesn't look all of that interesting. Is there any particular news moving this that you can find, John?
Actually, it's the same thing. I think they are also joining the NASDAQ 100 and as well as Rocket Lab. So they must be doing quite a bit of shifting around in the old NASDAQ 100. Must be time for the annual review.
They're moving things around. Well, that could be. So, okay. Well, CoreWeave then is, like I said, gapping up here a little bit this morning with declining volume. So it's not looking all that interesting to me. I think I'm going to stop there because, again, we covered some of the stuff. If you go back to it, we already talked about Rocket Lab. You can see on the list. There's a couple of other sort of indirectly space-related things on here. Eamon, John, anything that you've got an eye on that you want to put on the list?
I think Rocket Lab looks very interesting today because it actually has the double catalyst of that NASDAQ 100 news. And you've got the SpaceX IPO. And I really think if there's one company that's the most like SpaceX, it's really Rocket Lab. So it'll be very interesting to watch that as the SpaceX price moves around when it opens today. And it's already gone up to almost $126 a share this morning. And now it's down to $118.50. So it's moving quite a bit in the pre-market. So I think Rocket Lab will be a mover today for sure. And that would be outside my normal list of stocks going into what I normally trade. There's nothing particularly interesting. Most stocks are kind of that I watch are hanging out around, up 1% or down 1%. Nothing glaringly obvious for volatility.
Right.
Yeah, I had
What?
ASTS on my list,
Okay.
but it's low. It gapped. It was in the gap at least initial, and it is an interesting one because it has a decent volume. I wouldn't say a lot, but a decent volume during the pre-market, 1.4 million shares. And it is selling off into the previous day close, which is a good level of support. So if it keeps trading around this level, it could be interesting after the open.
ASTS. Okay, so there's another one. All right, so we'll put ASTS here on. Well, no, I got to put something on the secondary list. We'll get started with some of those stocks. The one that I was surprised not to see moving all that much so far this morning is Tesla. Tesla, you think? I mean, it's sort of a related offering. There's been rumors about Tesla being rolled into SpaceX. That feels like complete rumor. I don't think there's much confirmation that there's any intent to do that. But Tesla's pretty quiet this morning. I would say about normal volume, 1.1 million shares traded here. It's up, 0.5% or so. But yeah, it seems to be just doing its normal stuff here today. So that's business as usual, looks like, on the Tesla front. Okay. How about you guys? Well, we'll give you a chance in a second. We have a lot of show to get through here, so why don't we'll Lunar? Well, maybe I'll. You guys are giving some good suggestions, so let's take a quick look at some of these. You're looking at Lunar is one that I like. This is what is it? Unusual Intuitive Machines. Intuitive Machines. They're gapping down today, or so far this morning, about 1.8%. I see right at the moment. Good volume. Obviously, a lot more volume than they normally have at 1.1 million shares. So that's, again, there's no reason to believe that they won't be in play. So that is a potential target here as well. I mean, again, it's all things space, so why not? What else are you guys recommending that I'm seeing out there? VSAT, is that a ticker? We talked about that, didn't we? I think you mentioned that. Viasat. Viasat, low volume here, only 73,000 shares traded. It's up less than 0.5%, so not much going on there. What else are you guys recommending here? That's about it. Nokia? I can't imagine Nokia is doing much.
Big day yesterday for Viasat. I will say that if you look on the daily, had quite the bump up. So I can understand the interest, but the pre-market looks terrible.
Yeah. Okay. Nokia actually has surprising volume here. I don't normally look at it. Does it always have this much volume early in the morning? 7.8 million shares traded. There's something going on with Nokia. Somebody recommended it, and I immediately said, "Oh no, I don't think so." But it looks more interesting than I anticipated.
I just noticed that they are 100% up this year.
Really? Let's see.
Yeah, did you see in January it was around $6 per share.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. That's a big move for a company of this size. So yeah, they're up quite a bit. Huh. Okay. Well,
what if Nokia is one of those companies that comes out of nowhere, like SanDisk? Until a few months ago, we all thought just made like those cards that go in your camera or something, and we just didn't think about it in the way that it might be in the AI realm. Maybe Nokia is going to have a similar fate. That'd be
a
exciting.
Resurgence. I suppose it's possible. I don't think today's the day that's going to happen, but I guess it
probably
could.
not. Probably not. It'll be the day I'm not looking or ever thinking about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, why don't we, Eamon? You got all sorts of interesting information. What do you want to go to next? So let's do what? Do you want to do your featured story, Social Pulse? What would you like to look at?
Let's start with the Social Pulse and head to the featured story afterwards.
Okay, Social Pulse it is.
Awesome. So, guys, Social Pulse. Today's debate is very simple. Is this a real risk-on reset, or is the market just chasing headlines right before the biggest IPO in history? The bull case starts with Iran. Trump called off the planned strikes, oil dropped, and the stocks rallied so hard. And we've already seen that the Nasdaq jumped around 2.5%, S&P almost 2%, the Dow up almost 2% as well. So that's not a small move. When stocks rally, oil drops, and global markets improve at the same time, the market is telling you one thing. Traders believe the risk of escalation just went down. And if oil keeps falling, that helps the inflation story too. Lower oil means less pressure on consumer, less pressure on the Fed, and better sentiment for risk assets. And that's basically the bull case here. The bear case is that we have seen this movie happening so many times before, tens of times. The headline sounds good, markets rally, then few hours later, we get the caveat. The deal is not done, strikes could still resume, and we are repeating the same circle over and over and over. So both sides are still negotiating. So the risk did not disappear. It's just moved from today's headline into the weekend. That's it. And that's why oil is important today. If oil keeps selling off, the market believes that the de-escalation is true. If oil starts ripping again, traders are telling you that they do not fully trust the headline yet. And now add SpaceX into the mix. SpaceX is the largest IPO in history, and the timing, like we said, could not be better. The market just rallied, oil is down, the risk appetite is back, and retail investors are heavily involved. That is why today's SpaceX open matters so much. If it opens 10 or 15% above the IPO price, that is healthy pop. But the bear side on SpaceX is also very clear. This is not a cheap company. And at this valuation, investors are paying for a lot of things that are still not fully proven. Morningstar values the company way below the IPO price. So the market is not really debating whether SpaceX is an amazing company because most people agree that SpaceX is an amazing company. The debate is whether even an amazing company can justify the valuation that is this big on day one. So basically, that's the real social pulse today. Bulls are saying that Iran risk is cooling, oil is falling, SpaceX is historic, and the risk appetite is back. Bears are saying that Iran deal is not done, the valuation is huge, and retail may be walking into most hyped IPO we have ever seen. So today is a perfect test of market psychology. Do traders buy the story or do they question the price? That's what we will find out when SPCX starts trading. And on featured story, I thought we were going to mix it a little bit and move from SpaceX because there's still a lot of SpaceX. That's what we're going to see today. The featured story is Adobe beats, but the CFO exits the exit the show. So Adobe reported after the close yesterday. And honestly, the quarter itself was strong. Peter, if you can just switch the
Sorry
slide.
about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
No, it's good. So like we said, the revenue hit a record of 6.6 billion. The earnings beat, the guidance went higher, and the AI number was probably the most important part. Adobe said its first AI annual recurring revenue tripled from last year and is now around $500 million. That is important because the big fear around Adobe, and that was basically the main fear around Adobe, is AI helping it or AI is going to replace it? For one quarter at least, Adobe gave investors a real answer. AI is starting to show up in numbers. We've seen that. But the stock still sold off after hours. And the reason was not the quarter. The reason was the CFO. Adobe announced that Daniel Dern is leaving on June 15th, just days after the company says he notified them. So, and he is going now to Marvel, which is interesting to be honest. So this is not some mystery disappearance, but the timing is probably not ideal. Why is that? Because now you have a company that is already going through major AI transition. You have investors that are already nervous about competition from other AI tools like Canva, Figma, and other design platforms. And now you have the CFO leaving right after record quarter. That creates questions. Not because the numbers were bad, the numbers were good, but when a company is in the middle of a big business model transition, investors want stability. They want to know that the leadership is staying. I mean, they want to see that everything is going at least according to the plan, or at least that there is a plan. And this headline did totally the opposite thing. There was also a small accounting item that's worth mentioning. Adobe took a non-cash goodwill impairment charge tied to its publishing and advertising business. I mean, I would not overstate that, but it still does fit into the bigger picture. Adobe here is trying to become an AI winner, while parts of the older Adobe business may be under the pressure from the same AI shift. So that's the interesting part. It's being both helped by AI and challenged by AI at the same time. And I think it's one of the stocks that I'll be watching on my putting on my list today, at least on the secondary list. And probably Peter is going to get to it. Peter and John are going to get to it once we get into the gappers down list. Or
Indeed,
maybe let's go there.
Indeed, we shall. In fact, I was able to. I had a trade on Adobe after hours. I was able to take it short with trading in the Burble chat room with everybody. And Jared, he goaded me into it. So, but I made money. So it worked out. So yeah, we got a short. So Adobe, like Eamon pointed out, had earnings last night. Initially, it popped higher. And then it dropped, and it really the big move, as you can see, was this drop that happened after hours. Let's zoom in here. What happened after hours? Yeah, very quickly moved higher and then went lower, and that big drop was the opportunity. And of course, it's gapping down about 10% this morning. 9%, which is a big move for the company, and 1.5 million shares. So looks like Adobe is in play today. I'm a little. I don't know how much continued volume it's going to get, especially on a day like today when we're focused all on space. But as Eamon points out, we've seen a very common story with a lot of these stocks, right? Especially software service companies that that you can post as good of a number as you want. The market's going to find a reason to be concerned about you, right? Whether it's the level of your spend, whether it's how quickly you're able to convert your backlog, whether your growth is slowing a little bit, or whether it's your CFO is leaving. It feels like there's always a reason. There's always an excuse why they're going to be taking companies down in this quarterly earnings. So that seems to be the story with Adobe. It's not a bad. Under normal conditions, this wouldn't be a bad target. So, I think I'll put it on here because it's something that we can take a look at. See, at least set some levels on, see what it's going to do as the market gets closer to the open. But for now, I'm a little skeptical about what it will do to move. All right, so let's bring us back to then our gappers list, and the gap down is what we're looking at now. And the gap down, well, we've already sort of talked about a lot of these stories. MNTS. Now, MNTS is another one of these space-related stocks, right? But like Velo and SPCE, they're some of the ones that are moving down, right? Not everything's moving up. Whoops, MNTS. They are actually moving down this morning. They also have news that they are issuing a secondary, so they're taking the opportunity to issue another. Was it 25 million, John? Is that what I saw?
Yep, 25 million registered direct offering of common stock priced at the market.
So there you go. So they got another 25 million of stock being issued. So they're taking advantage of some of the recent gains that they've seen in their stock price to collect some cash out of the market. Maybe today is a good day to do that because we'll see what happens with SpaceX. I don't know. I don't have administrative privileges on the YouTube channel. I'd love to put a poll out there. Do you guys think the SpaceX IPO is going to, after release, is it going to go up in price or going to go down in price? It'd be interesting to do a poll on that, but I'm not sure if any of our administrators are listening that could actually do that. Carlos could do that. I can't. So, in any event, up then down, Ben, that's probably a good guess. But it really, I'm thinking, let's say an hour after the IPO. That would be my question. Where do you think it's going to be, higher or lower than the price that it opens at?
I was going to say you might want to specify a time frame. That would be the question. Yeah, 1 hour later.
Yeah, 1 hour later. So just 1 hour after the open, no matter what time it opens in the day, 1 hour later, do you think it'll be up or down? And I'm seeing a different of opinion. Oh, some people are saying definitely up, up, up. Others are saying up then down. Others saying down. Yeah, it's I don't know. Like it is really that's exactly sort of what the sentiment seems to be from the media right now, right? That they don't know. There's a lot of difference of opinions. Some people are like unremittingly bullish. Others are like, yeah, I think it's overhyped and it's going down. So,
well, I want to add something, Peter.
Go ahead.
I have bank accounts in Kazakhstan, and usually they don't care about stocks, no announcements or anything. But today, literally, 4 of the banks that I'm in Kazakhstan just sent me messages to reserve SpaceX stocks and to buy it once it's launched. So that's how highly anticipated it is.
Wow.
Like, don't need brokerage account or anything. Just do you want to buy SpaceX? Send us a message. We're buying it for you.
Really?
Like, you see, I mean, that's what I say. It's like it's so hyped that much. Like I've n- I've I have never got a message from them like in 10 years, as long as I've been using them. Not a single message or a stock suggestion or anything. But SpaceX, we got that.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's interesting to know. I mean, if the banks are pushing it like that in Kazakhstan, who knows where else they're likely to push it. So that's yeah, that could actually change the profile. Again, I really don't know. I mean, we'll see. This is either going to be either the world, all of us retail people are going to lose more money than we've ever lost before in the history of the world, or everybody's going to be rich. It feels like there's no in between here. But I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. So, guys, that's MNTS, Velo, Space. I'll fill into that. Adobe, we already talked about. There's the top 4 on the list. Redwire, also a space-related stock. You got Lunar, ASTS, right? A lot of these space stocks are now moving down. One that isn't related to this immediate space story is SMCI, and it is down 4% this morning, 2.2 million shares. This doesn't look too exceptional. SMCI has been in play. You guys probably know I'm just bearish on this company overall because it's just a weird company, man, doing weird things out there. But they've really had a fall from grace this week, the last couple of days, especially. They were trading $45 to $50 to start the week. They're now a $30 stock, so that's a pretty significant haircut on their valuation. They're just down another 4%. Feels like more of the same. I don't think. Well, I haven't looked, John. There's nothing new. I imagine this is the continuation of just the same news we had earlier this week.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and remember, one of the things that they announced early this week was a massive secondary share offering. I think it was like 29 billion in total, and of which 7 billion is the first tranche. We have to keep in mind this is the company that currently has a 33 billion in annual sales, and right now they're sitting at a 19 billion dollar market cap. They were a $30 billion market cap earlier. So basically they were issuing as many shares as the value of the company. So again, weird company doing weird things. I don't trust these guys, but that's SMCI continues to somehow keep its position in the market. So there you go. It is in play though. I haven't. Has anybody traded it? I haven't traded it this week to know how it actually trades. I have to admit, I've been looking at other things. So. It might actually be a good trader. I'm going to throw it down here just to remember it so we can come back to it a little bit later. But yeah, hell no. I said, yeah. I mean, I imagine the spread. Usually, it gets a big spread, and that causes some problems with it. So, in any event, SMCI, it's on the gap down list. Guys, you know what? I mean, we're running short of some of the things here to take a look at as we head past 9:00. By the way, Eamon has been kindly hanging on here. Eamon, did we cover all your material? This is normally when you get to cut out.
That is the most important part, the fun fact of the day.
The fun fact. Oh my God, how could I miss the fun fact of the day? I know, my goodness. All right, so what? Wait a second. Do I have the fun fact of the day? What is the? I don't. You didn't post a fun fact.
Did I not upload the picture? Oh wait, if I did, I'll send it to you in Telegram. Would that be okay if I send it to you in Telegram?
Well, put it into the slide, and I can.
Works well.
Hold on. We can do this. If you've got it there, you can put it on your screen, and it'll pop up right here.
Awesome. Let me do that. Let me just share my screen then.
Yeah, because I didn't have that in the material, and I thought we.
Well, apparently I did not upload it to the material.
We had no fun facts for today.
How come no fun facts? We can't have no fun facts for the day. All right, let me just share my screen. 1 second. Share screen, and there we go. Can you see it?
On here. We've got to. Oh, do I have a place for your screen? Hold on here. There it is.
Awesome. All right. Here is a fun one for today. Before SpaceX, the biggest IPO in history was Saudi Aramco. That was back in December 2019. Aramco raised about $25.6 billion at first, and later about $29.4 billion after the extra share option. So SpaceX just raised $75 billion. So depending on how you count it, SpaceX is roughly 2.5 or 3 times bigger than the previous record. And that is the funny part. The old record belonged to oil, the new record belongs to rockets, satellites, and AI infrastructure. And that tells you a lot about where the capital wants to go to right now. But there is one IPO comparison traders should remember today: Facebook. Facebook priced at $38 in 2012. It closed its first day almost flat at $38, and then over the next few months, the stock fell hard, almost 50%. And it took it more than a year to get back above the IPO price. So, boring first day is not always bad. I think sometimes controlled open is healthier than a massive hike spike. And that's what I'll be watching with SpaceX today. Does it trade like a real institutionally supported IPO? Or does it trade like everyone just trying to chase the exact same rocket at the same time? And finally, I mean, it is what it is. We'll see what's going to happen. But anyway, finally, today in history, it also fits the theme. On June 12th, 1987, President Ronald Reagan stood at the Brandenburg Gate in West Berlin and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." At that time, I think the Berlin Wall looked permanent. It had divided the city for decades. Most people did not think it would come down anytime soon. And 2 years later, it did. And I think that's the theme today. Markets love moments where something that seemed impossible suddenly becomes real, like reusable rockets, private space, the biggest IPO ever coming from a company that started by challenging the entire aerospace establishment. So the question today is simple. Is SpaceX tearing down an old wall, or is Wall Street paying too much for this story? That's what we are about to find out when SpaceX starts trading. So that's it for me for today. John and Peter, I'm leaving you for the live trading and the rest of the show. And I'll be back, guys, at 11 a.m. This show is going to last as long as needs until we see what happens with SpaceX. See you soon, guys.
Yeah. All right. Take care, Eamon. We'll talk to you a little bit later as he comes back. John, you did a poll somewhere. Where did this poll come from? Who are the 110 people that voted?
Yeah, I did put a poll out there just to ask the question we were curious about. Will SpaceX stock be up or down 1 hour after it opens? And great result, because 2/3 say up, 1/3 says down after 110 votes. So there you go. That's the crowd sourced response, and we'll see how that goes.
What was the source? Where was this? Was this
I put a poll on YouTube while you were.
Oh, on YouTube. I didn't even notice. Okay, there you go.
These are our people. This is the vote of our electorate here, our constituents.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. Okay. Well, then there you have it. Everybody said it's going to be up an hour later. So now we'll see where it goes. Now, what's interesting to me is there's so many variables here, right? Like what's the open price? We know that the strike price is 135. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the price at which it's going to open, though, right? It could actually be higher, significantly higher, especially if they find, with the oversubscription, this is part of the balancing they have to do before things open. So anyways, it's going to be fascinating to see where we go. Again, we're going to be ready. SPCX. That's the ticker of the day. And if you type that in right now, well, you're going to get not much more than a blank screen, but it's ready. So it's not giving me, unavailable ticker or something. It's saying it's ready and waiting. So, and right now, look at this. The bid is at 135. The ask is currently sitting at 170. So we'll see. And it quickly ramps up to $210. So we'll see where this thing goes. But again, that doesn't mean anything because I think it will open higher.
I think
Yeah.
it'll be like, remember CBRS a few weeks ago,
Mm.
whatever it was. I think it was Cerberus. I think it was the IPO price was 185 or around there. It opened much, much higher than that.
Right.
And but I think SpaceX will do the same thing, and I'm very curious what that does in terms of human behavior if people see that number available. Um,
I don't know.
but it also comes down to who can sell. So there are some restrictions on this, I believe. For
Yes.
insiders and whatnot. So
Yes.
it's there'll be a limit on how much.
Yeah, if you got in on the pre-IPO, you probably have sort of a 3 month. Normally, it's about a 3 month period at which you can't sell. So you've got to agree to hold for a period of time, and then it opens up and you can sell or hold. That'll be up to you at that point. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that got in early, but not super early, right? If they got in the last 3 weeks on the pre-sale, that they're going to be white knuckling this thing. They're going to be worried about what's going to happen.
And it's important to remember they're offering in the IPO 555 million shares at $135 a piece. That's where that 75 billion comes from that SpaceX is going to immediately raise. The valuation is 1.7 something trillion, which represents all the shares available that exist times $135. So what's being put out in the IPO is actually a small percentage of what exists. That'd be right, Peter, correct?
Yeah, yes, yeah, because you have all the what were private shares previously that then get converted to stock, and that's not included in the the available offering, which is that 555. So that's my understanding as to how it works. So we'll see again what happens with this thing when it opens, because it's now I'm thinking about that, John. I'm not sure. Because sometimes what they do is they convert those private equity into the available commercially traded stock. So it could be all those private people are going to be in that allocation, and that's the total available, including all the private. So we're going to have the number of tradable shares will be a lot smaller because a lot of them are going to be, like we said, have restrictions and hold restrictions on them. So I'm not sure. I guess we'll find it. If anybody knows out there exactly, let us know. But one way or the other, it's going to be interesting. What's with all the caps here? What's going on, Benny the Bear? You're capping us. He's yelling at us
repeatedly. Easy, Benny. Easy.
Yeah. You're asking the same question over and over again. Is it going to have an impact? Well, I mean, obviously, as a tradable entity, yes, it's going to have an impact. It's not. There was a rumor that it was going to be added. It was going to be added quickly to the S&P 500. My understanding is the regulators have come out and said, no, we're going to follow our regular rules. This will get added in due time, which means it won't be for several months. So I don't think that it's going to have. It's certainly not going to have an impact today, one way or the other, right? So it's funny. I feel very bloated today. I'm not sure why. Why do I feel so?
You look a little different, Peter. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, I feel bloated. Maybe it's this rocket ship that I've got strapped to my back, ready to fly. So my chair is.
You should probably see a doctor about that.
Yeah, have that surgically removed. So, anyways, yes, as I got my rocket ship going here. See, anyways, all right. Okay. Let's get back to our stocks and see what else we've got. Guys, have you got anything else that you want? You thought I was a raccoon? All right. All right. I can see that. Yeah. All right. No.
Kinda.
Yeah, I get the coloring. Okay, what other stocks do you want to look at? I mean, we haven't looked at any of the regulars, so why don't we go there? So I mentioned Tesla. Tesla's just down 0.1%. Not doing much here this morning. The volume's good, 1.3 million, but that's pretty much average. How about the semiconductors? We haven't even looked at them at all. I mean, remember them? Semiconductors, the things that ruled the market for the last, year, 2 years. They're still out there. NVDA has not been a great trader, I have to admit, over the last little while. Today, it's not doing much. It's down 0.2%. Regular volume, 2.8 million shares traded here so far. So it's going. That's hey, look, that's still in play. I like AMD to watch. AMD is doing its regular stuff. 900,000 shares. It's up 1.4%. We mentioned SMCI. I guess more of a reseller, but anyways, they're in that space. And then of course you got all the other ones. Whether you like Intel, it's in play. Micron. What's Micron's price doing right now? 900. So they're back below $1,000, trading at $970. And then you got the related. We mentioned in passing SanDisk. We was looking at this yesterday. Look at this. They're back up to all-time highs. What the heck happened yesterday? Like they just decided to make a move yesterday, and they were trading over $1,900 after the closing bell, and then early morning here they're now just below that, but still just crazy. Just crazy levels here for SanDisk. Like we said, the little chip company that could, some their memory services have come back into play, and they are just memeing hard. So, like we were saying earlier, with maybe Nokia is going to be the next one. John, posited that as an option. I mean, it's already.
I'm going to make the call now. I'm just going to say I don't know what technology they're going to purport to have. But I'm going to call it within the next year, Nokia is going to pull a SanDisk, and that is terrible, terrible advice. So please don't follow it.
So John's calling it now, but telling you, but don't trade on.
I'm calling it and telling you not to do
it. All right. We'll see. We'll have to take a note a year from today. Next June, we'll have to come back and see is he.
That's called hedging, people. That's called hedging. That's a trading tactic.
There you go. So, okay. Now, are you putting your money where your mouth is? Are you gonna throw some some swing trade money behind that?
No, because I said it's bad trading advice, so I recognize my own stupidity. But by not putting money in it, it will happen. So you have all the facts now, people. You have all the confusing thesis laid out before you. Do what you want.
Yeah, make your decision based on that. Okay. All right, fair enough. Okay, guys. So, what else have you got? Any other stocks that you want to take a look at? I don't really have much. I mean, again, my list here is pretty much all space stuff. I mean, I always keep an eye on the Teslas and the NVIDIAs and AMD. So, I mean, they if this is my list, I guess, which it is today. I'm used to it being Carlos's list. I've got to add these three on here, so they're just standard. So we'll splash those into my list. But really, that's it. I mean, it's that in space. I don't think there's anything else of interest. The Gappers list hasn't changed a lot. The stuff we were looking at earlier is still here. They seem to sort of just be hanging out on this list, whether they're gapping up or down. So, so do I have a? So what am I going to do at the Open? I don't think I'm going to do anything at the Open. And you don't normally trade like right at the Open. What's the earliest, John, that, if you were to jump into a trade, what's the earliest you normally take a trade? I guess, can you do it in the first minute?
No, I wait for the 5th 1 minute candle, which technically means 4 minutes after the Open, I could be entering a trade. Okay. So I like to just let it sort things out. There's a lot of goofy orders that happen, and I'm looking for those breakouts to the top side. So I, want to see a pullback, a legit pullback, a real one, and not chop. And it's really hard to tell what the difference is until you let it work itself out. So yeah, there's some great trades in the 9:35 to 9:40, or 5 minutes after the Open to 10 minutes after the Open. There's some really great opportunities, and then I'll play it from there. Full disclosure, I'm not even trading today, most likely, because we're hosting a bunch of people multiple days this weekend, and I got to get this house ready. So I can't believe on the biggest day of the year, at least so far, I'm probably going to be like running into my trading station and, every half hour or so to see if SpaceX is open, just to see what's happening. But I don't think I'll actually be placing any trades this morning.
Right. Well, okay. Well, we're going to let, so that means you'll be taking off there in a couple of minutes, and then I'll
famous last words, Peter. It wouldn't be the first time I've ever said that, and then, hung around for the first 10 minutes to be like, oh, I got to get a trade in. And I'll tell you, that's bad. That's traders being mentally stupid, right? When you have how many times that does it happen to people? They have a squished window. I got 15 or 20 minutes, so you get that feeling I gotta find something. That's when you
Right.
push bad trades.
There you
So
go.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, why don't I'm gonna set. Oh, that's not the screen I want. I'm going to set a couple of levels here, and we will get going with those. And with those levels, we can sort of decide where we want to go. Because I've got a view on this one right here on Adobe that I'm thinking that the Rising Devil strategy is something that I might want to use. I'm going to think that if it rises higher towards VWAP, that's where I would want to go, and then take a short. So I'm thinking that way, which means if I got to look at a daily and see where have we got levels, and I'm not seeing anything really of interest here. Adobe's had really sort of a big fall over the last little while, isn't it? So on a daily, I've got to go back a ways here and see where do we have levels. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize how far Adobe had actually fallen. Where are we? Oh my goodness, we got to go all the way back to 8 years ago. And actually, Jared was telling me this last night as I was trading it short. He said, you've now traded at a level that the stock hasn't seen in 8 years. So yeah, here we are back in 2017, 2018. And I think that, yeah, we got to take a look here. There's a level of support that I can put in here. Oh, you know what? And I don't even have my hotkeys set. It's going to be hard for me to set levels. We're going to talk about levels. I can't actually set them on my chart. We got to reprogram stuff. But look at this low that we set, 206. 206 and a quarter was a low that we hit back here in January of 2019. Sorry, this is December of 2018. So I'm going to take a look at that. That's going to be a level that we need to watch, because if we go higher, that could be a level of resistance, right, at which we might bounce off of and move lower. To the downside, well, I got to go even farther back in history. And I got to look back here because this is the level at which we haven't been at since in years and years. And I think that 185. Well, 185 was a level of resistance back in November 2017 and an area of support in February of 2018. So those will be levels that I will take a look at on Adobe and that we'll keep an eye on. On our gap resist, we also had. Let's take a look at some of the rocket stocks. So Rocket Lab, we're going to be able to get some more interesting levels here as Rocket Lab, has gapped higher here this morning, being up 3%. But I'm going to go into the last few days and look at these levels of support and resistance. We've got 119 is definitely an area of, could be topside resistance, being that we're trading below that right now. And then down here, I love this area of support here, 108. At 108 would be an area I'd watch at Rocket Lab. So that gives me a good envelope to trade within. I think Rocket Lab has got the potential for some moves here. Again, will this rocket ship take everything to the moon with it? Or is it going to crash and burn on the pad? So I was going to give a Blue Origin reference there, but I think it's too soon. Too soon? Yeah, Bezos
Too soon.
Too soon. Yeah. Okay. We won't do that. All right. Anyways, Rocket Lab. There's a potential here. We got some good levels that we could take a look at. The other one that we had on our on a secondary for space, which one of you mentioned out there, is not a bad one here. Lunar, which also has had some moves in the last couple of days. Looking at a daily chart, we're right now at this level of resistance, because it's coming at it from the bottom here at $30.50. I like this area of support that we'd have around $24, so that's a place to look at. And if I zoom in on a 60-minute chart, you can see that on the interim, there's a place here. There's the $29 level, and then down below we have this probably $26.50. I'd probably put a level to watch there. So those are just areas to watch. We'll see what happens with these stocks. Maybe the last one that I'll take a look at here for this morning from our list is ASTS, because we did mention it. So let's take a look at ASTS. And it's trading up 1.6%. But again, it's in this range. Yesterday it had sort of a big down day. So we're within that range of yesterday. If I look back to my 60-minute chart, I would definitely be using probably 92.50. I can see that, sort of it's a little bit higher, but see how it sort of bounced off of that a couple of days here, back last Friday and then on Monday. I would sort of watch that area. If it gets below that, I'd definitely be looking at $85 for a level of support. They're not great levels based on what I'm seeing on the chart here. Resistance or topside resistance. Yeah, maybe this level back here from the 1st of June. It's around 101, it looks like, 101.50. I might look to that. I mean, it's tough to say here in ACS. I'm not seeing great levels, to be honest. So we'll have to see if and where this thing moves to. As this opening bell rings, right, are people going to be looking for other space stocks to trade while they're waiting for SpaceX to open, or are they going to all stay silent? I mean, again, there's just so many questions here, right? It's impossible to tell. So we'll again find out together. Okay, we've now got little under 5 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes until this market open. John, so what are you going to do? Are you going to stick around with us here to see what happens at the open, or are you going to go start get out the feather duster? Oh, why can't I hear John? Is it his end or my end?
John muted himself because his keyboard is extremely clicky and loud the way he likes it, but it's not great for being on the air live. It's very distracting. No, I'm going to bail at 9:30. I'm going to take off and get out of here, so I'm not tempted by this. I do want to answer a question to we had a member make a donation. Thank you very much for that, by the way. Saved Breed was asking, could we take a look at Take-Two Interactive, which is a video game company which owns
I haven't heard from them in
labels like Rockstar Games and stuff.
TTWO?
Yeah, TTWO, yeah. So if when you bring it up, Peter, if you look at it, it's not really a day trading stock. And it rarely is. It's probably the kind of stock you trade after earnings, and then it might have a day or two of interest, and then it kind of fades. So this being a day trading show, we tend to focus on what is good to trade intraday, and this would not be one of those. But it's not to say it's not a good swing trade. That's possible. Not what we generally get into in terms of evaluation here, but there could be something there. But yeah, not just not a day trading stock. It's going to have very low volume, more than likely, almost certainly. The price is it's up there, right? How much is it? It's $212 a share. Yeah. So it's going to have a big spread probably, or it's very likely it would get if it has low volume, just because there's not a lot of orders in the book. So the orders tend to get spread out in terms of what people are trying to achieve and buying and selling. And that creates the difference between the best bid and the best offer ends up being a bit large. And big spreads are generally not good for day traders. They can be overcome with extreme volatility, but you're not going to get that here. So tough one to day trade.
Right. Fair point there. So, okay. And guys, you can see it on the chart, by the way, if you're wondering what we're talking about. Look, Liz, I mean, you can see there's no candles here, right? And the volume is very low. If I look at a daily chart, I've got the average volume here. That's this dark number you can see in the very bottom corner. That's the 935,000 shares a day on average. So, usually if it's under about 10 million shares, it gets tough to day trade. 5 to 10, you can. Anything lower than that, I typically seek to avoid. So, with that, we're about 2 minutes from the open. So, we're going to say goodbye to John, and thank you for being here with us this morning, John. And good luck with the house, prep. I know what that's like. It's always fun. Yeah. I love hosting people, but man, it's a lot of work. But it is an excuse to get your house clean. So
it is, and we're catering the food. So that's a giant plus. That's a huge plus for me. That makes
you catering fancy going on.
I have to go pick it up. There's not going to be like a woman with a nice, button-down shirt and with a tray of hors d'oeuvres or anything. But the food will be prepared by a caterer, and then I will go get it and bring it to the house.
Okay.
So I've not reached the level of wealth in my life where people walk around giving you food on a tray.
No. I think that's something that you should aspire to.
I can aspire, and maybe I can if I trade as well as you did on Adobe yesterday. Funny story. I was away from my trading desk for the last couple hours, but I came back around 4:00 to download some trading logs. So I throw on my headphones like I always do when I'm at my desk. It's kind of habit, and I hear the giggling sounds of Peter and Jared watching Adobe go down. And it really warmed my heart. It was like, this is so funny to come back into the market's closed, but you hear these two giggling voices just crushing it on a short trade on Adobe. It was awesome. Congrats.
Okay. I didn't realize we were giggling, but there you go. All right. Thanks, John.
Little bit. Well, when you're making money, you tend to giggle. You don't hear it yourself, but other people hear it.
All right, guys, the market open. Here we go. The market's opening right now, so we'll let John get on with his day. And I'm going to be watching Adobe, like I said at the open. That's my open trade. I want to see what it can do. Let's see if we can get a move. Whoops, I want the 1 minute chart here. And unfortunately, it's moving higher above the VWAP. So I'm actually looking for some weakness and see if we can take a short trade. If it doesn't give me that, if that's not what I'm looking at, then that is not what I'm going to be trading. So right now, I'm just going to watch it and see what we get. See, we are losing a little bit of altitude here, but I don't know. It's oh, what the heck? What is going on? Oh no, I think my defaults are set wrong here. Yeah, and I do have Market Atlas going. In fact, you know what? I need to get the Market Atlas going on Adobe so I can see what it's telling me. Market Atlas, for those that aren't familiar. Oh no, see, now I'm missing maybe the opportunity as the stock is starting to drop. Here, this is the trade I was looking for. Oh, guys, I was setting up my tools and I missed it. I missed the short. I was looking to get in around that VWAP at 202. That would have been my short trade. I don't want to chase it here. Maybe it'll give me a chance for another entry. Again, if you're not familiar with Market Atlas, this is what Market Atlas looks like. It's showing me the market volume and sort of where the orders are sitting and where it's moving. Hard to get into this little screen, but we'll see where we go. And I'm using that because I see a lot of downside orders all the way down to sort of 193. Now that being said, this thing could very well pop higher, and that's a risk, right? So that Adobe already being down, well, it's not down that much. It's down about 7%. So that's a possible. Let's see what we've got. This is so, like, it's always tough to trade, especially when you have to configure your trade. So I am short on this thing. I did get short just a few shares to see what we can do. And hopefully we can get a move down to 200. That would be a good target. And then I could take a partial on it. I might take some off at 201. I don't even know if I don't even have like the ability to set a stop at break even. My goodness. So here we are. There we go. We're getting a good move. Now I'm going to take a little bit of a partial here just because I don't know how far this thing is going to move and I don't trust it. So there you go. There's an initial partial. So this is following my sort of rising devil strategy. I'm now able to sort of relax into this trade because if we get the move that I'm hoping for, it's going to really help me here. And if not, then I'll stop at break even. Whoa, that was scary. What kind of move was that? All right, let's see if we can get through 200. If we get through 200, I'm going to be taking another partial. Again, I'm trading Adobe right now to the short side. We're right there at the 200 mark. It's getting some support, so I'm going to take another partial right here just in case. Oh no, what did I just do? I just added to the trade. I didn't mean to do that. Let's take that off there. There we go. Okay, so that's done properly there. I accidentally added. I'm trying to run all the screens, trade live with you guys. So, oh my God, the market overall is dropping here like crazy. Look at the market here. The SPY is down, and it is dropping here. The Qs down and dropping heavy. So I think I'm in the right direction on this trade on Adobe. Wow, look at that move. Look at that massive move down. I got to take another partial here. That's awesome. So look at that, and I managed to get my partial right at the bottom of that candle. So some good timing. Look at that. I looked away for a second, and I came back, and it was running in my favor. And I got to remember, actually, I always set an automatic stop at break even, and I don't have that. I don't have my hot button set up for that. So again, I'm using a computer I don't normally trade off of, and I had to sort of reload everything, and I didn't realize it didn't load all my settings. So that's interesting. All right, so I'm doing manual stops at break even. What is my entry price on this? My average price. See, yeah, it's all screwed up now because I did that accidental add. So it actually moved my average cost here to 201.50, but that's not real. My actual entry price is 202.10. I think that's where I originally entered on this thing. So let's see here. What was my original entry? Sorry guys, just searching it up here. 20205. Okay, so there you go. So there's my actual entry price. So we'll keep an eye on this. We'll see what we can do. God, I didn't realize how poorly configured all this was. If it pulls back above the VWAP, I'm just going to get out. The good news is the VWAP is below my price. That's the blue line on the chart there. So that gives me, a place where I know I can just get out of this trade safely, take the remaining shares off if it decides to go higher before it hits my break even. So that's awesome. And if it stays in here, maybe I'll think about adding. I could add it to this trade and see if we can get a move lower. It seems to be, to a certain degree, Adobe is mirroring the market overall, because I see the SPY is bouncing back here a little bit. The Qs also, right, bouncing back from the lows a little bit. So as I keep an eye on my Adobe trade, and Forest Hunter, yeah, if you weren't here, yes, I shorted Adobe. You can see my initial entry there as I shorted. And I said it was sort of an accidental ad. I didn't mean to do that. But it turned out really well. Well, I actually took it off. So if only I'd held that accidental ad. Look at that draw. I got like that $3 drop out of nowhere, which was a little bit of a surprise. But so and I don't know what Adobe's going to do now. The level 2 in Adobe still looks short biased, frankly. So, I think I'm going to let's take the risk. I'm going to add into this trade. We'll add a little bit more. That's going to move my average down. So if this thing goes over 200, I'm going to get out of it. But I added into this. Hopefully we'll get another drop. If we see a pop at all, I'll just get out of the whole thing. Like we're getting this little bit of a pop now. Hopefully it holds below 200. And yeah, see what we get. Every time I add, right? I always almost force. I go to stock to go against me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add again into this thing right here, and if it so now I'm back up to my original trade size, and if it continues to pop, I'm just gonna have to get out of it because I'm gonna lose money. So I'm just gonna get out of this thing, because now it's popping all the way up to VWAP, and I don't want to get stuck with a big pop higher. So, but I thought I'd try. And oh, what did I just do? What happened? Did I hit a button? What have I done? That's what happens when you're not using your normal configuration. You end up trading where you don't expect. Oh, I think I shorted again. I seem to be short on this by accident. Didn't mean to do that. All right, let's get out of this thing. All right, there we go. Now we're out. Let me lock this thing just so I don't accidentally hit buttons. what am I doing? Okay, so we made some money on that initial trade. A little bit, obviously got stopped out as this thing moved back higher. And SPCX is not going to be available to trade until it opens. The Mr. Dodu. So yeah, that's going to be later. We just don't know when. At some point today, this thing is going to open, and that's when we'll have a trade opportunity. For now, we just have to keep an eye on it and wait and see what the market's going to give us. Let's take a look at what's happening out there and other things. NVIDIA moving a little bit higher this morning. We've got Tesla not doing much. Probably not a surprise on that, right? You would think that it's probably not going to be going too far. Oh, and we got Mike in here. I got to get hold on. Let me get Mike enabled. He's probably talking away and wondering why I can't hear him. Mike!
Hey, how you doing, Peter?
Good. Hey, I didn't know you were jumping in here and joining me, so...
Yeah, I've been here since John dropped off. But
man,
you were in that Adobe trade, so I wasn't
going to
start bothering you.
It's all right. No, I wasn't checking. So, okay, let's get Mike here.
Yeah, I'm out break even on NVIDIA right now, but got a good pop on that. One thing I am a little sad about it is I should have had a limit order in for a short on MES at the drop of 7,400. I thought I put that in, but I guess not. Oh well. Life goes on. I'm here.
So
hello. Hey, everybody out there.
There you go. And there now I even have your slides, so I just have to fix the screen there, but
is that mine or yours?
No, that should be yours.
Amen.
I know. That I said I got to fix that, but that's that is definitely your screen. We'll just get your camera in there. So there you go.
Yes. So this was the NVIDIA trade, high a day, partialed up here, pop of the 200. 206 was testy, so partial there, then break even on this drop of the SPY. One thing I am a little upset about is I should have had an order at the drop of 7,400 to get into this. I thought I put that in there, but I didn't. I had it loaded, just didn't press the send button. Maybe I was there, but that would have been a great drop. Like that's gonna be my mistrade of the day.
I gotta lock this thing. It's funny. I like I was saying, Mike. I set up my the new DAS platform. I downloaded it. Finally, I'm actually on the current version. But what I didn't realize is like it didn't carry over all my settings, being a new computer and everything. So I have my slides as I expected. I just brought over that image. But as I went to trade this morning, I'm like, my hot buttons aren't right. I couldn't put my stop and break even. I'm like, I'm all over the place. Anyways, you probably heard all of that.
Yeah, you got to load that hotkey file.
Oh.
I leave my hotkey file on like a cloud, so no matter what computer I'm on, I can just always upload it right away. That comes from you know where I learned that, Peter, from the early days of my trading, where I would trade at work and then trade at home if there was a day off, right? So I was always having to go between two computers, so I had to be aware.
Yeah, I've got to get that same setup here so that I'm doing it properly. So, all right, here we go. Now we're getting set up a little bit better. Yeah, It's well, Adobe's gone pretty quiet here if I look at that. So this messy trade. Anyway, so I made my money off of it and got out. That didn't last all that long. I'm really glad. Frankly, to me, the single moment that makes me happy is this partial I got way down at the bottom, right as it right before it bounced. So sometimes that's all you need, right? You get a. It doesn't matter all the other mess that I made, as I got a partial at the right spot, and that makes me happy for the day. So. We're good so far. Now I can sit back and wait for the SpaceX IPO. I've got sort of a new computer going on here, so we're still getting things set up. I mean, I still have the old one. You can see it out the you can see it over my shoulder, or at least some of it going on there. But where is it?
Yeah.
See, you can see some of the old monitors going on there. The chat room going on and things. Andrews, and Brian at over at Bearable Traders. We got Andrew and Brian who are both trading in space costumes as well. Let's see if we can get them.
They got new ones. It looks like because they both match.
Yeah, well, I think
that?
Andrew said that he was buying a pair of them. So he's over there. Let's see, where is he? There he is. We can bring him into this. So there they are. They're trading in their NASA fake. I mean, they're real. They're real space outfits, space suits. Me, I've just got. Apparently, people think I'm a raccoon. I didn't really, but yeah, the coloring, I guess, can make you think that. But I've got the rocket ship, so I suppose I could have them jump on the rocket ship here, and I could take them for a ride. So, but anyway.
Man.
It's going to be an interesting day, I think, because again, a lot of the market is going to be waiting for the IPO to open. In the meantime, right, we're going to have to keep an eye on the different stocks and see what's happening. We got Tesla. It's not doing much here this morning. NVDA not doing all that much either.
So, question: what are your guys' thoughts? Is it worth buying SpaceX? Well, it all depends on what your strategy is, right? Like I think it's worth buying it as I bought pre-IPO, right? So I got the IPO price. I put money in and I'm long, but that's a much different strategy than, hey, the price opens up today at 135 and I'm going to go long and hold for whatever. You want to make sure that, hey, if you're going to day trade it, right? Day trade it based off of whatever levels you can. But as Peter throws up this slide, right? Most IPOs don't make it to the moon, as they say, especially within the first year. So you got to determine, hey, where are those levels that I am like, hey, if this thing breaks above this level, I got to get in, because I think it will continue and it will never retrace. The key part is you believe it will never retrace back to a better buying level, right? For me, especially if you do swing trading or holding long term, you have to understand that the price is going to retrace, and you have to determine where that retracement hurts you to the point that you need to get out of that position. I will say as well, I am looking to buy more shares of SpaceX after it opens for long term. But I don't think I will put money into that until at least the first week. Like I want to see what this stock price does. I want to see kind of how it goes, and I'm okay with getting a higher price than 135 with that amount of capital that I'm going to expose to that, because I want to be able to see kind of what the market anticipates. I want a little bit more certainty added into it. So, but that's just me, because I'm allocating a certain percentage of my long-term portfolio to SpaceX exposure.
There you go. So Mike's got a strategy, right, that he's using, and he's going to work to execute that specifically. So that makes a lot of sense. So
yeah. So it's. How about you, Peter? What are you looking to do with SpaceX? Day trade it only?
Day traded only. There's no room in my portfolio for it. My portfolio is frankly, I do a very different sort of, my longer term portfolio is a very different type of investing. I have a lot of corporate bonds and sort of very long term
Yeah.
stuff. Right. I'm looking for now. SpaceX would fit my profile though, right? Because I'm looking for 5 to 10 year minimum investments in that, and I think SpaceX is on that chain. What I plan to do is I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait about 6 months and then see what SpaceX does over the first 6 months of trading, and find maybe there'll be a bottoming opportunity. Maybe I'll give up some early gains. Right, this thing could go to the moon. I'm also interested to see how the market is going to respond to SpaceX as a publicly traded entity, because we've got multiple companies here. Right, I want them to go through at least 1 or 2 earnings to see how the market responds to those earnings, because I'm thinking they could run into some troubles there, just because I I think there's a lot of funny business going on in the background, right? That Elon's done all sorts of fancy deals with himself, which could be problematic for this multi-company entity that SpaceX is. So while SpaceX as a concept and a business, I am like fully bullish in. Let's get to Mars. I think that would be super cool. Let's make it happen. The company and how the market responds to it, I don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, I'm waiting for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, understandable. I mean, it definitely is there. Man, I am so upset that I didn't put that order in. I'm gonna have to go back and
What are you
figure
looking
out
at?
why that didn't go in. I
Mm.
got a rejection. You know that when you press the
You hit the button and you give the
order
yellow.
when,
You get that yellow notice that says
yeah.
order rejected. Yeah, I know that well.
So I got to figure out. I just don't want to deal with it now because it'll just make me more upset. so I'll
That's fair.
figure out what it is. I probably mistyped or put an extra period or something when I was typing in the price, some stupid thing like that.
That is quite
Staying
possible.
out. I like that, Steve. As you're an old man, you're not long time to go, so staying out of it. Interesting. The market is definitely selling off. I know there was an announcement or a post by President Trump on Iran, so I don't think the market enjoyed that. I think that was the initial drop that we got out of it.
Right.
So Bloomberg's reporting that SpaceX IPO is said to draw over 300 billion in demand, 350 billion in demand. That just came across the news as well. Oh yeah, here we go. Post on Truth Social. The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. With that said, including their wheat. Yeah. Bears no relation to truth. The blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So Iran. Okay. Got it. Good market move news.
Yep.
Yeah. Just you can look at it if you want to read the rant, and I don't personally enjoy reading that type of stuff over the air.
No.
It's counter to how I live, so but the market enjoys it, and it is a thing.
I'm not seeing a lot that's moving right now.
I would definitely not buy at the opening.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy.
That are asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it. Like, let's see what happens. Let's let it settle. Now, I've got some specific IPO rules. Again, I don't know whether they're going to apply in this case, but normally, so if I trade an IPO, here's my rules. Let's see if I can actually. I've got to see if I can.
Yeah, you have that presentation that you did on IPOs.
Yeah, and I just have to find it. So, but let me do that while we're talking here. But Because it's been a
So
while.
I'll answer the question as you're looking up for that, Peter. There was here. Supposedly, we're looking at possibly around 11. It could be later than that.
Right.
There is no set time for an IPO. An IPO opens when the market makers and everybody on the back end decide that they want to open the IPO for today. So what I have actually done in DAS, thanks to Peter's awesome recommendation, tell me what the right sell price or volume price is that I should have on it, is I actually set an alert for SpaceX. Oh, here it is. Sorry, it opened up on another window. To let me know when the volume hits greater than 100,000 shares. So when it opens, it'll trigger the alert and it'll start to populate on my chart. So I have a chart that's there. So if I start seeing movement, it will come up, and it is just, I'm just sitting here waiting. I took that trade on NVIDIA. I'm good there. Missed a trade on the MES. At this point, all my attention's on SpaceX and the World Cup. That is
SpaceX and the World Cup. Okay, throw that one in. Yeah. Okay.
just randomly. I mean, that's really where my attention is. I mean,
There
Peter,
you go.
you saw me yesterday. I was having
Yeah.
too much fun. So,
So,
and
oh, go ahead.
go ahead. Yeah, perfect. Go.
So you guys, these are my general rules for IPOs, right? And I've got a bunch of rules because when I'm looking at an IPO, I want to know, is it one that I would want to trade? Now, a couple of the initial conditions are going to be no brainers, right? The open price needs to be above the IPO strike price. Probably like 99% chance that's going to happen in this case. Greater than 1 million shares traded in the first, basically the opening minute. Sometimes I say the 2 minutes because sometimes the opening minute could be like 5 seconds long, right? Depending on the exact time at which it opened. Again, in this case, not a problem. I'd be shocked if there's not 100 million shares traded in that first opening minute, right? So it's going to be big. Then what I'm looking for is very specific, right? So when that first 5 minute, a full 5 minute closes, I want it to close and then get a retracement. You normally get this really initial pullback, like here it says maximum of 20% and not below the VWAP, which is essentially going to be the open price, right? More or less. Then I'm looking for the push higher after that 5 minute candle. So basically, first 5 minute candle closes, you're probably going to get some sort of pullback. Wait for that pullback to look like it's sort of about to reverse again. Then you trade long with a stop below that candle or below the VWAP. So, that's the typical profile I'm looking for. Again, typical has nothing to do with this IPO. No idea what's going to happen here. But I'm going to use those as a general guideline because if it actually looks like a normal IPO, which it could, then there might be an opportunity for me to go long within the opening few minutes, right? This would be probably 5-6 minutes in. The chances are that this thing is going to open and just skyrocket and just go, go, go. But I don't know when that's going to stop. Is that going to stop, 4 minutes after the open, 5, 50, 3 hours? I mean, so I really don't know. Again, there's so many unknowns on this thing. So, but I'm going to be watching using sort of this general rule set. We're obviously going to be trading it, watching it live here. I don't know any of us are going to trade it. We'll find out. But yeah, those are my general IPO trade rules. So we'll see where we go. In the meantime, we're going to be watching this market, which seems to have very quickly quieted down. Not really surprised, right? We saw some initial movement. The market looked like it was going to be dropping a little bit. Now we've come back and we sort of seem to have stabilized, right? The SPY and the Qs both sort of moving sideways close to the open price. If I look at some of the big offerings that I normally look at, right? Tesla moving sideways right now. NVIDIA moving sideways right now.
AMD's nice. AMD's breaking out right now.
Actually, AMD, you're right, pushing to a high of day right now. So at least there's something that's moving. Yeah. So that's
Micron. The one we don't hardly pay attention to because it trades so crazy now and hard to get good risk to reward, but Micron's moved.
Yeah, now Micron, interestingly, it's moving to a high of day, but it's just below the previous day close. So, there's an area it might move to, but yeah, you're right. PLTR I was looking at just a second ago as we were talking about other things, and I noticed it's sort of moved down off the open. It's also moving sideways, but had a downward trend at the opening bell. So we'll see where these things go. Let's go back. I like AMD. Maybe AMD is gonna give us something here.
Quick answer to your question, David, as Peter just recapped, I would go to the Studio Azteca. That's where I would go watch a game.
Mm.
You want to talk about fan fun? That would absolutely be a great environment. Watch Mexico play anybody. So even a Mexico US game, but then I'd have to pay for bodyguards as well. So on the way out, because if US won, I got to defend myself. So because I would be there rooting for the US, but yeah.
If you were to, this is David's question you're answering. Where would you rather go?
Yeah.
U.S. I mean, the best atmosphere would be Mexico, yeah, for sure. But you also, which has the highest personal risk? Mexico.
Yeah. Especially if you're not a Mexican fan, right? Like if you're a Mexican fan, Mexico fan, like, yeah, big deal. Okay. Right? Yeah. You're rooting for the home team, but me, I'd be rooting for the away team, man.
Yeah.
Anytime you go to an away stadium, you have to be on guard because it all depends on how drunk people get, how intense the game becomes, right? So you just gotta you gotta be aware.
Mo Hussein, my strategy for AMD, look, I mean, I really would be looking for, I'm a reversal trader, so I'd be looking for a reversal. I'm just watching AMD to see what it's going to do here. This might, a little bit earlier, have been a high of day break candidate, but it doesn't look that energetic to me that I think a high of day break is a good trade. I'm just looking for a reversal, which, I still have probably 15 minutes before I would consider myself to be in real reversal territory from a time perspective, and AMD needs to get a little more altitude before I would be confident in a drop. So
for a high day break, the early break around 9:34 was good for a high day break. A little early for me to take it, but that would have been a good one. This one, it's tough for me. I mean, 510 is its daily expected move. It had a big sell-off off of 504. So, I mean, I'd have a hard time taking it for a high day break there. But as you can see, I mean, it broke, came back, tested it, it's pushing higher. 515 just cleared. So you never know. And there's orders up at 516, 518. It could keep on going. So. Yeah, MacGyver pilot. Yeah, MacGyver pilot. I like that. Yeah, SpaceX hasn't opened. You just got to make sure that you have an alert, some set. If Peter and I get done here on YouTube and Eamon takes over, I will definitely have that alert on my loudspeakers with the volume turned all the way up so I can hear it no matter where I am in the apartment. So it is what I am looking to trade for the rest of the day. So where is, let me pull this. Got to do this right now. Let me roll up the ES. Market's recovering off that initial market news or post, I should say. It decided that it seems the market decided that it did not care about what was posted on True Social. So
yep. Okay, sorry, my kids are texting me. Gotta make sure there's no Emergencies. It was not
No
an emergency.
emergencies.
No emergencies. You're asking what the IPO, what the open price is going to be for SpaceX? We don't know. The pre-IPO price is 135. It basically could open at 135. It could open at any price technically. Likely, it's going to open somewhere above 135. But that depends on
I
a
would
whole.
anticipate it.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of background factors, right? That get processed. I don't honestly know how they figure that out, but yeah, based on early demand and positioning and the order fulfillment, blah blah blah. Maybe they'll open this one at 135 since it's such a highly publicized price, right? Because it'd actually be good for any gains to happen in a market rather than pre-market. But I'm not sure that they're willing to trust that, or they can. Again, I don't know the mechanics behind the scenes on that. SpaceX passed $180 on Hyperliquid. I was showing the over/under. The over/under was sitting at around 180 yesterday for SpaceX. So I don't know what Hyperliquid is, but yeah, see a bunch of different exchanges are suggesting somewhere around that price, right? 175, 180 seems to be what it's a betting market. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a bunch of those out there.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Well, Mike, that puts you in a good spot right away, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But I anticipated going below that IPO price before I can get out anyway. So,
I mean, yeah, you don't have much choice,
just,
right? You got a lockup period anyway. So,
yep.
Oh.
So, I mean, that is just the way it goes.
Yeah. Apple, somebody mentioned Apple. I mean, yeah, it had actually a good solid move down. I don't see a trade on it right now, so I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it's that energetic, so it's not doing all that much. But
and it is not easy to buy. There's a question: is it easy to buy before the open? No, it is not easy to buy before the open because everything that's being transacted right now that they're putting out are all the orders in the IPO, the pre-IPO, right? So everybody that bought and all these different exchanges, and they're trying to make the market, right? We talk about market makers right now. The market makers are trying to make the market, right? All these banks got thousands of shares of SpaceX, right? And now their market makers are creating the market and hedging their bets, right, on the price. So that's what's happening right now. The banks are basically trying to make the market for all of us. And so now when it goes live, now you're able to trade the actual markets. So
in the chat room, we've got Andrew has put the helmet back on. He's jumped into Micron. He's trading that to the long side. It looks like he's getting to move up over 1,000, so he's getting a good move there. High of day break, baby. There you go. Andrew's waving to you guys. He's he's putting the blast shield down there, so it's he's ready to go.
Putting the blast shield.
I love it. So, hi Andrew. All right, he sees us. He sees us looking at him. There's Brian's also waving. So, awesome. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of fun. So he's getting a good move on Micron as the stock is moving higher. Of course, Andrew's always going to find the thing that's moving. I'm sort of in a wait mode. I like my open trade on Adobe. I think that went well. And I am happy to just sort of sit and wait now for this IPO. I mean, if we get a good reversal trade, I might take it. Again, I'm a little nervous because you could get into a trade, and again, no matter what it's doing, it could be completely disrupted. Like this is like a big news event, right? It's sort of like waiting for a global macroeconomic event, essentially. Like the end of a war or the start of a war, or like it's this level of, I mean, this is market moving news. So it doesn't matter what type of trade you're in. And being that I like to trade short, it feels more likely this market might respond positively, but it's really hard to tell. So. Love it. Love the fact that Andrew and Brian are in their suits trading. Okay, guys, we're just we feel like we're just sort of waiting here. Maybe it's time to fly around a little bit or something, you know? We can.
Yeah, I wish.
Mm.
So Matthew asked the question, is it worth investing? And you definitely want an answer on that since you donated to the channel, but so I'm assuming you're talking about SpaceX. So let me put SpaceX, and investing is more than a long term. So full disclosure, right? Isn't that what you do on like CNBC or whatever when you actually have a position? I am already invested in SpaceX. So to me, yes, I think the stock is worth investing. However, I caution you with investing right out of the open without having a plan structured where you know the area of price you want to get in, the area where you want to get out. And you can't really determine that until the price opens and you kind of see where this price structure is at, because you can get into a very FOMO situation where you're like, okay, the IPO price is 135. If it breaks above 150, I'm gonna get in no matter what. And then it opens at right now, right? We're looking at what, 175, 190-ish. It opens there, and now you're $25 above the price you wanted to get in. So now you're like, oh, I'm gonna miss out on everything. So you go in, and then the price goes up, and then it drops back down to the IPO price. And now not only are you at $25 above, but your whole risk reward got kind of thrown off. So do I think it's worth investing in? Yes. Am I going to invest more into it? Yes. Do I know when I'm going to invest more into it? No. That is the part. So I have allocated a percentage of my long-term portfolio. That percentage I allocated to, I divided in half. I got the IPO price for that first half, and now I'm gonna the second half see kind of how this stock reacts. And to tell you the truth, I typically am looking to buy below the IPO price with that second half of shares, because I like that image Peter put up about IPOs, especially heavily watched ones. I do believe at some point the stock will drop below the IPO price, and there will be a buying opportunity somewhere down there. So that is my plan. And that could be in the first quarter, could be after its first earnings, when people realize what the XAI component will do to the stock, because that is your risk factor. Your risk factor isn't in its rocket launches. SpaceX owns the rocket launch industry. Nobody's close to competing with it. No government is close to competing with it. It is the 911 call that everybody makes if somebody needs rescuing and they're in space, right? Yep. So they are the go-to for that. That is not your risk exposure. Your risk exposure is that SpaceX has combined the XAI component. And so you are exposed to the AI element, and how much of a drain is that on the company and its Starlink and rocket launch business. So that's my commentary.
That is all correct.
And it is not trading because the market makers have not completed the market for SpaceX yet. And it's typical with IPOs. So they open up randomly in the day. So you just got to kind of wait. I anticipate I'm looking probably around 11, 12-ish, somewhere in between there is when I think it will open up. but I could be wrong. Could be earlier, could be later. I wish I could make a poly market bet. So
God, I
on
don't
when
have
it would
any hot-
open. Did you transfer your hotkey file? Email your hotkey file from your other
No,
computer
it's-
to your,
Yeah, it's I gotta pull it over. I just
and then you can upload it and it'll work right away.
Yep.
Hotkey files, those are like my lifeline. I need those no matter where I am.
Well, it's one of those when the software that I'd had available on this PC was so old that I couldn't upgrade. So I just loaded a whole new version, and of course that means it didn't carry anything over because it actually loads it into a different
yeah.
a different subdirectory. So
Yeah. I have no idea why you can't hear anything. I'm pretty sure that has to be a local issue. Whether you do like me sometimes where you mute a tab because you don't want to listen to an ad or something on YouTube, and then when you reload the next day, it's still muted. I do that all the time.
yeah.
It annoys me because I'm like checking my speakers, my headphones, my mic. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I realize, oh, I'm an idiot. I muted the tab.
Just muted the tab.
Yeah, because I have the chat room open and I have YouTube open, right? So if I go to the chat room, I mute YouTube and unmute the chat room, and I go back and forth. And if I forget to unmute it before I close YouTube, it stays that way. It's so annoying. SpaceX is listed. It is not trading though. You can see it here. It's not trading. We just got to wait to see what they open the price at. And once that first price opens, we'll get alerted and we will pull it right up onto the screen. And Andrew, I think, will join us when that occurs as well. So we are doing an engulfing pattern on the MES. So that would also mean we're doing an engulfing pattern on the SPY, which tells you what kind of day it is. So back to the highs, back to the open price. Here we go. And here we go. Up we go. So got some buying here at 7425. Nice. Yeah, I would let MU run, especially if you're under $1,000 on an MU. That's a good entry if you're below that.
Oh yeah, if you're under 1,000, yeah, wait and see how far it can go. A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, take some profit, depends on how big your size is, but God, it's funny as you use software for so long, you realize I don't know how to do the basics anymore because I haven't had to do them for so long. How do I open a new chart? Somewhere there's got to be an option. Here it is, chart. There we go.
You should be able to also do Control D.
But that's the problem because my hotkeys aren't set up, right? So that's
I thought that was like a standard hotkey that they had in the standard file.
Apparently not.
Nope. Oh, that sucks.
So yeah, because that's how I do it, right? I just do the Control D and it duplicates a chart for me, but that does not seem to be a default, at least on whatever the file is that I've got here. So, anyways, I got to load my file. I just got to find the right one. I'll do that later. That's a problem for future me, as I like to say. Whoops.
If we knew what time it was, we would all be here ready to go.
Yeah,
Nobody knows.
then we could
the
just
exact
show up,
time.
at that time. But yeah, we don't. So again, for anybody that's new or hasn't traded IPOs before, they do not announce the time for IPOs. It could be any time. So basically, any time from now right through till 3:59. Typically, they open between 11 and 2. That's typical. This is obviously not a typical situation. So it could be at any moment. So be aware of that. We've got some alerts. We've all got alerts here set, right? We're ready. I've got, like Mike, a screen, a chart that's just already, ready. So the second that it starts trading, it should pop up here for me. The ticker for it is SPCX. There it is on the screen. So you can see it's not going to give any data at this point. SPCX. That's the one. Space Exploration Technologies.
I love Andrew's helmet. That's just so. Brian's like, it must be super uncomfortable because Brian has the exact same thing, and he's like, "No, I'm not putting the helmet on." So it must be uncomfortable because Andrew keeps putting it on and off, on and off, on and off. So
yeah, I can't think it's that comfy. So for you guys that weren't here or wondering what we're talking about, let's where's Andrew? There he is. There's the chat room. Andrew's there, all spaced up, ready to go, sharing his P&L. Look at that, he's $30,000 to the green today. So he's having a good morning. Where did he make most of it? AMD, actually, he made most of it. So I made most of it on AMD, a little bit on Micron. Lost some money on Tesla. Net, he's having a great day.
that is one of those days.
All right, so AMD still at the high here. It's doing okay. We've got
I am definitely in one of those. I think the market is just going to go sideways till this IPO opens up. I think there's so much focus on it that nobody's caring about anything else.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. It certainly feels. Again, the market's felt like that all week to me. So I really have not been enjoying trading this week. So I think that it's just one of those days. Now that being said, Mike, we didn't cover some of the basics this morning. I was so distracted with other things. Are you doing the boot camp meeting at noon today?
Yes, I will be doing the boot camp meeting at noon today.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I will be doing that. So if you're signed up for a future boot camp, there will be a meeting at noon Eastern. All you have to do is log into the Peak Capital Trading website, go to your dashboard, and at the bottom of your dashboard, it'll say boot camp preparation meeting. Click on that, and it takes you right to the meeting room. Perfect. That we will be in. It's designed to help you find a trading plan, to develop a trading plan, so that when you start boot camp, you got a plan going in. Jeremiah's, I think you shared yesterday, Jeremiah's trade, I think Carlos shared. He was a boot camper that went through the prep, started boot camp, learned and developed his strategy, and now he's crushing it in the BBT chat room now. So it's never too early to sign up. The sooner you sign up, you get a weekly group mentorship session to ask any questions you want. Like how everybody always talks about wanting mentorship. Like, here's your perfect opportunity. You sign up, you get a year elite membership to BBT, you get 3 months at boot camp with a whole bunch of different people. And then while you're waiting for the boot camp to start, you can come every Friday and ask questions about DAS, about your trading plan, about a trade you've taken with me. So it's by far one of the best opportunities out there. You don't have to take my word for it. Reach out to people that have been through it. They will tell you as well.
Yep. It's It's great. It's really great. It's pretty intensive. We have all sorts of activities that happen. You can see in any given week, there's a whole slate, a whole schedule of activities that occur. All this is available on the website. Go to peakcapitaltrading.com to find out. But okay, so that bootcamp meeting, anyways, is happening today. I'll go back, by the way, at 10 o'clock, we did have some economic data came out. As you can see, I'm not seeing anything exceptional. This is all the Michigan consumer sentiment data. As you can see, it sort of came out more or less around the expected numbers. And the market, as expected, well, I was going to say largely ignored it. I mean, I guess that's the case. So we did see a little bit of a rise at the time, but I mean, that could have just been incidental to the way things were moving. They were already sort of heading up at 10 o'clock. We got a little bit of a boost. But yeah, not much. Not much. Like Mike said, I agree with him. This market feels like it's in a wait mode. We're waiting. There's a bunch of people somewhere on Wall Street working feverishly to tuck and tie all the details needed to get the IPO ready for release. And again, maybe they already have a scheduled time. Maybe they're just waiting to see how long it's going to take to get everything done. We don't know, right? They're not going to tell us. We'll find out when it opens.
So Robbie, I would tell you that the past couple of days, they've been doing a major rehaul to the back end of trading terminal. And that issue was identified yesterday to me, so they're looking into it today. If you hit the max drawdown limit, you're not eligible, even if it didn't populate on there when I review the accounts when it closes. I will mark it ineligible for that reason. So if you want to purchase another one, you can purchase another one and start it up. So.
All right, what are some of these other stocks that we were looking at this morning doing? Let's take a look here across and see what's happening with some of the space stocks since we haven't looked at them. ASTS, as you might expect, right? Going pretty flat now. It had a little bit of a drop off the open, and it's dead flat at this point. Rocket Lab, flat. I mean, I think all of these, are going to be in that space. Let's look at Lunar. Yeah, well, no surprise there. Flat. Redwire, right?
What's interesting, right, Peter, on all these? You notice that at the open, they all dropped. Yeah. I think that's because a lot of people are just dumping their shares. They're like, hey, this is how I could ride any SpaceX news. Right. It's the IPO day. I'm dumping it. Here it is. Take my profits. And now I'm going to go look to invest in SpaceX or trade SpaceX. Right. I think that's what a lot of people are doing.
Or just wait and see. So, yeah. Yep, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of fence sitting right now. A lot of people saying, staying on the sidelines. So that means, we'll sit and watch. We'll wait for the opportunity once it presents. And again, don't assume you're going to make your day on the IPO, right? I think you're better off to go into this. Assume that you won't trade it. You will only trade it if you see an exceptionally good opportunity. So, because it's going to be a tough open with this SpaceX, and again, we just don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows. All right.
Yeah. I mean, if we're at 175, they're basically evaluating that at a $2.25 trillion company, which is 30% above the IPO price. I mean, that is extreme volatility already.
Yep.
Like that's extreme volatility.
What is Elon owns 40%, I think, of the SpaceX company, something like that. So
yeah, I think it's 40%, but he retains 51% voting shares.
Right.
So however they structured it, he's still, and that was key for me. That was key for me as far as as wanting to put money. Like, you may not like Elon, but the guy is smart.
Yeah.
And
So he's got.
if
Hmm.
yeah, if somebody else had control of the company, there's no way I would have invested, because they are probably more interested in numbers and this and that and blah 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 blah. Elon, and this is an important thing, Elon and SpaceX has always been about getting to Mars, space exploration. Elon realizes in order to get to Mars, he needs AI. And in order to get AI, he needs investment and public money to go into it to get to where he wants to go. But if he didn't have the control of the final decision making, I would have been out. I've been like, nope, because people are going to care more about numbers than they are about the overall mission of getting there. That's just me. That's where I am. So,
Yeah, I agree. I think, as much as he's, controversial, let's say, there's no question he's had a massive influence, and he's been able to, affect change. It looks like, depending on who you ask, it's somewhere between 42 and 46% equity. But it's a dual class share structure, which means he still controls somewhere between 80 and 86% of the voting rights. So basically, he's got control.
yeah.
So, and he could sell some of his shareholdings and not lose that control or risk of that control. So let's even just round down then to 40%. If this IPO comes out at a $2 trillion dollar offering, that'll mean that his share value would be around $800 billion. Add on to his existing holdings, yeah, he's easily a trillionaire. So, yeah, it's fascinating.
I don't think SpaceX is making money from going to Mars, but SpaceX is making money from everything that their rocket launch program does. That's where they're making the money from. And the drive that has allowed that growth and that opportunity to make money is the drive to get to Mars, right? So the end all or the vision of making it to Mars is pushing the engineers, the developers, the visionaries to develop things to get there. So in order to get people to advance and not become stagnant, you have to have these far-reaching goals, right? And that's why that's why the next one is to get to the moon and then land on the moon and build a base on the moon. And now you got a base and you're living on the moon. Now we can do it to Mars. So let's start looking towards Mars, right? And so it kind of all goes into that.
Yep.
That's why they're trying to grow strawberries up in space right now.
They are. There was, company got a contract to do that. So, it's going to be interesting to see where it all goes. There is going to be a ton of money made off of going to Mars, whether they actually get to Mars or not in the short term. The process is going to be hugely valuable, right? Because think about the process of getting to Mars is going to require investment and development of all sorts of new technologies and abilities. And in the interim, it could completely and radically change the economic structure of a lot of other industries. Again, mining is one of the ones that always comes to mind for me, because they're saying, like, if we could figure out how to mine an entire another planet, that could, while that'll be hugely expensive, it could completely devaluate some existing commodities, right? Because suddenly there'd be a glut on the market. Like they talk about mining asteroids, right? Capture one of these asteroids that passes by us, suddenly you got a rock with 1 trillion tons of, precious metals on it. That's great for availability and use. It's going to be bad for the price of that commodity.
Yep.
So, but, again, that's all aspirational. We can't do that right now. So, anyways, we'll see. We'll see where all this goes. I just hope it happens in my lifetime, one or the other, so I have a chance to see it. I've I've invested too much of my
Yes.
life in reading sci-fi novels and watching movies to not want to see it happen.
I know. Wouldn't that be awesome? That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. And to what people are talking about now, Chris, yeah, I want to see somebody, I want to see some of these milestones. I want to see the first human born off the planet. Because that would imply that we've got a permanent or semi-permanent base somewhere, whether that's in space or on the moon, right? And people have enough free time that they're, having sex and having kids in space or on the moon or something. All of that, it's a whole different
Peter
era.
went there.
Well, come on, like it's a whole different era of availability. Like right now, you go into space, you got a very specific mission. You've got, you're focused on a scientific job. If you're having kids in space, it implies all sorts of other available services and a lifestyle, like an actual life that's being lived, in space. So, because they're not sending a pregnant person up.
Oh yeah,
So-
definitely not
so,
sending a pregnant
Something
person.
happened while you were there. Anyways. All right. So, all that being said, I'm excited about the prospect of space travel one way or the other, but for the markets right now, not excited, guys. Looks like we're quieting down
Yeah.
even more, right? More things moving sideways. Micron, which was pushing higher, looks like it's settled down. It's calmed now. Again, we've already talked about these markets, right? The SPY and the Q, these charts, they look very similar, right? Look, as I flash between them, you can barely tell the difference, right? So they sort of look very similar. They're moving sideways. I mean, maybe we're going to get some moves, but like Mike said, I think there's a lot of money sitting on the sidelines just waiting to see what is this IPO going to do? What is SpaceX? What is it going to look like? Like, we know it's going to have a big market impact. You don't just drop a new $1 trillion company into the market without it having an impact, no matter what it is. And of course, this one is very unique in terms of what it's doing and its profile. So, and what's been amazing, have you noticed? When's the last time you have heard that Elon has made a public statement? Whether it's on X, whether it's to the media, we haven't heard from him at all, which is amazing, right? Like that, there was a period of time where if I would have told you you're not going to hear from Elon on social media for the next couple of months, you would have been, yeah, right? Like, because he's always, whether it's just a joke or some weird thing, or we have heard nothing from him. So I think he's been they've been carefully managing him, right? There's too much money at stake now for them not to manage that.
Somebody took his phone away
Yeah, I gotta believe, right?
or deleted the X account.
Oh my
You're
God,
not allowed.
yeah.
They probably built into the algorithm in the back end. Anything from this account doesn't get posted.
It could totally ignore it.
Must be approved by X management.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. I'm not sure who has the authority to do that, but yeah, it's somebody probably has exerted some control there, because yeah, it seems highly unusual. I mean, this is, even for Elon, this has got to be like the biggest single event one of the biggest events of his life, right? This is a bigger IPO than Tesla was.
Tesla. Oh,
Yeah.
by far.
Right? So, like, this is a massive event, and especially being a significant change in how he's able to exhibit his control. It's not unfamiliar to him, because like we just said, he has Tesla. He knows what it's like to be the CEO of a publicly traded company, but he's essentially moving his entire corporate portfolio to the public eye, which I think is going to have a big impact to him. Like, what else has he got? Like, does he still run the solar company, Solar City, or what is it? Is that still like what has he got? He's got the tunneling company. I mean, he's got all sorts of companies out there.
Yeah, he's got a tunneling company. They're doing massive tunnel renovations in Vegas right now.
Are they? Okay. So,
Yeah, they're Vegas approved like 5 more tunnels.
wow.
Like you're gonna have a whole Tesla subway system in Vegas to get everybody all over that city. From the airport to the different casinos to the different hotels. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, I didn't know they were building all those tunnels in Vegas. So,
Yeah, and if you're here wondering about SpaceX, it's very simple, right? Not open. We're waiting for it to open so that we can look to trade it and see what's going on.
Yep.
So, but for right now, it's all speculation. It's all about waiting. It's all about waiting for that alert to go off is what it is. And then once it goes off, executing it. So I personally am going to wait for the first 5 minutes. When the first 5-minute candle closes, I now have the ability to see where the high prices and the low prices of the initial settlement, right? And then we'll look. I watched Andrew's video on trading SpaceX. I like his VWAP idea for the trade. I think that's probably going to be one of the best type of trades to go with, or even the range breakout might go there. But remember, I would very doubt that you're going to be able to short this stock today. I don't think they're going to put any shares out for short.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
so it's you are biased to the long side, like you're restricted to being biased to the long side. So that is something else you have to be aware.
If you haven't, by the way, found that video, Andrew's video is available out on YouTube. If you go to our channel, you can see it here in the videos. You just posted yesterday on how to trade the SpaceX IPO. So there it is right there. So you can see that worth a watch. It's only 20 minutes long. You most certainly have time to do it before the IPO if you went right now. But don't close this one. Add it. It's an ad. It's a plus. It's a bonus. By the way, give us a thumbs up and a like. I haven't even asked this morning. We've been busy here waiting for this IPO to happen. I appreciate it. Where were we at? You know what? I've been so busy. I haven't even done it myself. Shame on me. Shame on me. Look at me.
I just hit the like button as well.
There you go. So we got 478 without even asking. So that's pretty awesome.
Oh, there we go. That is awesome.
So
the market makers will be the ones that are selling, right? As well as people that are looking to take profit. So if I get long, I buy, and then I want to sell my shares, somebody else has to buy, right? Is buying my shares. So effectively, you become the buyer and seller for the market. So
the
ooh, 530, Peter, refresh 543 people.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, Jeff, I love it.
547.
Jeff, I love it.
Yeah.
Jeff's comment is great. Does anybody know what Nancy Pelosi is doing with SpaceX? He'll follow her.
Yeah, well, she's known to have those
good trades, right?
Trades. Yeah. That's funny.
Oh, yes. Oh, let me put something up. Got a good trade. I like that NVIDIA trade I did today too. But for now, I'm
the other thing we don't have, normally we'd have a list of trades that happened in the chat room. John is I think he's still cleaning. So
John is putting on a party that he wasn't expecting.
Exactly.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yep, that's pretty much it. So
it sounded like the wife said, "Hey, we're doing a party," and he said, "We are? I thought you were putting on a party." And she said, "No, we're married. We are putting on a party." Oh, okay. Thanks for including me in that conversation.
I don't have any. I don't have our normal sort of slides of trades from the chat room that I can share with you. I can tell you there have been some good ones though. Andrew shared some of his trades. He's made a lot of money off of AMD this morning and off of Micron. So he's had a couple of good shares going on that. Looks like people are, finding all sorts of information here on SpaceX. Oh my
Market
goodness.
is dropping again. So I thought I had Benzinga on, but I haven't heard Benzinga. Oh, I must have turned them off when I reloaded. Dang it. Well, that's okay. now that I have him back on.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm still keeping an eye here. We'll watch and wait and wait and watch.
So Bank of America or no, not Bank of America. They're indicating about a 174 per opening price for SpaceX today. So 174 would put it just under $2.25 trillion. That is just insane.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, okay. So if that's the case, then let's see here, 2.25.
And that's about a 30% gain on the IPO price. So
there you go. That's a $1 trillion. Well, that's $880 billion for Elon right there. Maybe a trillion, depending on what his actual ownership is. Is it 40 or 46%? Anyways, yeah, it's just it's one of those crazy days where his paper worth goes up by $1 trillion in a day. Welcome to the market.
Yep. Welcome to the market. I'll take that though.
Yeah.
I'll take a 30% increase.
Again, as I keep saying though, what's amazing to me is that, when your net worth, when it goes from 400 billion to, 1.4 trillion, doesn't change anything in your life. Like really,
Yeah.
It adds to the pile, but like, what are you going to do differently? You're going to buy that thing that you couldn't previously afford? What is that thing? There is.
Yeah.
He's literally
nothing
playing
you
with
can't
rockets
buy.
and he's blowing up rockets for fun. Well, for educational purposes, but like what else are you going to do?
Yeah. Instead of like all us with the little bottle rockets and the little toy rockets, right? That we're experimenting with. He's just doing it with full life-size rockets.
Yeah.
Rockets that are the size of a building, small skyscraper in some cases. So, somebody, who is it? Nilt said we'll destroy all further IPOs this year. It'll be a historical rug pull. Yeah, it could be, but the IPO that I think is going to have the hardest, I think it's going to be the OpenAI IPO.
Yeah.
Because
there's a lot of Sam Altman. People question him. He's I do. If you don't know the guy, read background on him. He's an interesting character. But
OpenAI will have to open their books for an IPO, and they've applied for it. And if those books don't match what people at this point expect or have built into their conscious or subconscious mind as the standard, and OpenAI is nowhere near that, that could be a historical failure on their part. Yep. So, and whereas Elon, I truly believe Elon is making SpaceX public because he wants wants further investment so that he can achieve some visionary of getting to Mars. I think Altman wants to make OpenAI public to reap the benefits of cash reward.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's about anything other than making money and potentially taking advantage of this AI bubble before it bursts. And he may be the cause of the burst, right? Like Margin Call movie where that guy's like, hey, the record has stopped. Let's firestorm this right now. He may be like, hey, let's take advantage of that now before this thing bursts and I can't take advantage of it. So he like Peter said, read up on him and you'll understand why we have these opinions. So
he's a character. Anyways. All right. Guys, we're still watching and waiting here, looking for opportunity. The market is dropping now, so a little bit of a move down. I've been watching AMD to see if maybe, I like my reversal trades, I like my short trades. It didn't give me an entry signal, so nothing that I could take advantage of, which is unfortunate. But there you have it. I noticed that Micron also sort of went to almost, well, not quite a spike high, but it very quickly reversed back down below 1,000 again, and red on the day. So below yesterday's close. So we'll just keep watching the market overall. What's Tesla doing? Tesla not doing much. Relatively quiet day here for Tesla.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fun one. We're back in the middle of the range on the SPY. So again, choppy day. Until we get some news, it's gonna move this market.
It's like we are that kid from The Incredibles.
So yeah. Why do all the tech people billionaires look like aliens? I don't know. I'm waiting. You can watch Disclosure Day this weekend. That could be the answer. Got a cop in the background. Hopefully you don't hear the cop coming to arrest me. Must be a fire somewhere. Oh, there you go.
That's the kid. He's waiting for something amazing, I guess. What are you waiting for, kid?
Yep.
Something amazing, I
Waiting
guess.
for something amazing.
Me too, kid. Me too.
Yeah, Andrew will be joining us soon. I think at the top of the hour, he's going to be there right as SpaceX maybe opening or possibly opening.
You think the market is willing to put trillions of dollars behind bringing the SpaceX price to 420 to get the Elon's favorite number, 42, in there?
That would be awesome. It'd be even more awesome if I could sell it at 420, but so yes. Same link for Andrew, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing's changed. So we're gonna get we're gonna get Andrew in here. It looks like joining us momentarily. Maybe I need to turn the suit back on then. So get the power going again. It gets hot in here. I mean, it's a fan, but I'm all sealed up because you got to keep the air going. I don't know if you guys noticed.
So did I tell you how my son is celebrating the SpaceX IPO launch?
No.
Did I tell you, Peter?
No. How is he celebrating?
He bought a ticket to the U.S. Paraguay game.
Okay. Oh yeah, he's treating himself.
So he's treating himself to the U.S. Paraguay game, and he has eyesight problems, right? But so he decided that he was gonna splurge and get the lower level seats. So
wow.
So he splurged. He's like, I don't care. I want to go to this game. And he watched ticket prices, right? He's like, okay, how low can I get this at? And he bought it yesterday. So he's like, I am going.
Okay. Why not? Make it happen. Oh, that's not the right screen. Sorry, guys. I had the wrong.
So Iran just came out and said that that the memorandum has never been closer. So that's why we're getting a pop on the market right now.
Mm. Yeah, look at that, guys. We got this market that's moving higher right now. Okay. It's a news
400.
day, right? This is the day that the news is going to move the market. So,
Yes. Are you going to be here for the close, Peter, or are you going to watch the Canada game?
I still have my pickleball scheduled this afternoon, so
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be out. It's like 800 degrees with humidity out there, so I'm gonna be sweating my butt
Wonderful.
off out on a pickleball court.
If you're wondering what the news, yeah, the news was Iran's foreign sorry.
He's getting a news
So
update
Iran's
right now.
minister came out and said that the memorandum is very close and they'll share details with the media very close. So it is war news, positive, completely opposite of what dropped the market earlier today.
Mm.
Because if you recall, the drop this morning was off of a X post from the president of the US that rambled on about how we weren't anywhere close. So here it is. Here's the news that's dropping the market right there for you. Or popping the market right now. And that is what we got going on so far. And
Yep.
And again, war news moves the market up and down. And we're all awaiting SpaceX to see. I should have put we should have done like a poll over or under on the number of shares traded by the close today on SpaceX.
Mm.
Volume. So volume. The over under, is it going to be over 100 million, below 100 million, above 50? What's right?
Yeah.
What is going to be the
Over.
number of shares? Are we going to hit 1 billion? Are we under 1 billion?
I'd be shocked if we're not hitting 500 million shares. I got to think there's going to be that, because there's just going to be people trading this thing in and out.
Yeah, all day.
All day. I mean, I guess part of that answer will depend on what time it opens, right? Because you just have less time to exercise all that volume. Assuming that we have, at least 3 or 4 hours worth of trading, it'll be a couple 100 million shares. But and it doesn't mean it's going anywhere, but it, they'll trade hands. So again, Eric, we don't know when it's going to open, or when it's going to sell. What's going to happen? It's usually
So according to Gemini, the largest or the highest trading volume in a single day is held by Vodafone Group, which saw 2.1 billion shares traded February 11th, 2000, in the height of the dot-com boom.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. So there's another record. There's another target to try and get to.
2.1 billion shares.
All right.
I think without a full trading day, if we cut that in half, so that's what, 1 billion shares.
Possible.
That could be. Yeah, we could see. Yeah, the time, if you're wondering, anytime between 11 and 3:59 p.m. is when it should open.
We're approaching the low end of, or the start of when we're expecting it to open. So yeah, it could be any time now.
I don't foresee SpaceX halting because of the high float share it has. Could it possibly, but I just don't see it. I don't see it going that much.
Right.
But it could. I mean, it is opening 30%, roughly around 30% higher than its IPO price. So, I mean, you could get some volatility to the downside where people are. But welcome, Nigel, to Lambos and Garbage Trucks.
Oh yeah.
I'm as you
Well,
look at
John
it,
Day.
I think it's going to be somewhere around 174, maybe 160, 174, somewhere in there. Oh yeah, I think so, definitely. I mean, that's my plan. I absolutely think that it will drop below its IPO price at some point in the next year. And then that's when I'm looking to invest the rest of the money, because I want the IPO price money and then I want a lower price.
Yeah.
So I
All
don't
right.
want,
11 o'clock is hit. So I was just saying, we're now here. Guys, this is it. Any moment now. Or any hour. So,
Yep,
Hey
one of the
guys,
two.
yeah.
Hey, Eamon,
Eamon,
how are you
welcome
doing?
back.
you're on the watch now.
I am on the watch now.
Yeah.
How did you guys do?
We've got you back here. There he is. So,
There's Eamon, he's back.
yep.
Yep, we'll wait for SpaceX release during my hour, hopefully.
And I'm waiting for another friend to join. We should be able to get another friend in here at any moment. So
Any
then
moment.
there, we'll see.
Oh wait, I can hear Brian.
We'll see when he shows.
Yeah.
So
And Paris.
Right, I can hear Paris. Yeah, I think it's the chat room noise.
he's in the chat room. Yeah, he
Yeah.
joined Brian in the chat room. So yeah, we got
Oh,
look.
I hear him
Hey,
now.
Andrew is
Hey,
here from
Andrew.
space.
Hold on, I gotta get Andrew in here. Here he is.
Doing good. And yourself?
Oh, hold on a sec. There he is. Now we got him. Why can't I hear him? Hold on here.
I can hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear
Peter,
him on YouTube.
Peter's working.
There
He's
we go.
working.
Now we can hear you, Andrew. Should be able to
magic.
hear you
What
now.
about the camera? You don't see?
Yeah, hold on a sec. Here, I could get here. Here's
There is Andrew. There he is.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right from
To the moon.
station.
To the Mars, to the Mars, to the Mars.
To the Mars. Sorry about that.
We want to go to the Mars. So, nice. So I'm going to share my screen too to see.
I love the echo that we've got as Andrew's like in the helmet. He's just he's trapped in there. Help! Help!
Dude, I had to go to the bathroom twice, and I don't know these astronauts are going to the bathroom. Like it's hard to take unless they have a secret back
Well,
there.
Let me say, Andrew, I think their suits are a little more advanced than yours. I think they can go to the bathroom right in the suit. So don't try that in yours. Don't
Don't do that.
Don't
with
do
yours.
that with yours. Yeah, that's that might not be the most advisable approach here, but anyways.
So
right.
I had a pretty, so let me take this one out to make sure that we don't have the echo. I had a pretty good day actually on AMD and MU, small loss on Tesla. So we ended up with a $30,000 profit, which is pretty nice. Open positions, we already having, I don't know if Peter can share my screen. I don't know if you are able to do that. There's also, I think there's another version that goes actually a little bit smaller. So yeah, so I have puts of Food 75 and Tesla 350 that they're positive. So I actually sold the puts. But AMD and MU was a really good trade. Tesla was a loss. And I already have my orders for SpaceX to buy at 135, but I don't think I'm going to get that to 135. I really think I'm not going to get filled on that, but we'll see. The trades that we did on AMD was at the open. I also have the recording. I'm going to post a recap. So popped up, adding more partial, add more again, partial to 510. I got to stop that at the VWAP. So it's a pretty standard trade that we do with help of Market Atlas. So that's really nice. And MU was also a red to green trade with the help of Market Atlas. Again, without Market Atlas, impossible to take this trade, guy. So let me show the Market Atlas here. So we went long previous day close toward the previous day close, and added more red to green, then added more again, and then significantly higher. So that is the situation.
Well, those were some good trades. I mean, I was watching Apple at the open, but unfortunately, the moment I went to trade it, I lost my connection. I mean, it was a good thing, wasn't a bad thing, because if I ended up trading Apple, I would have lost money. But
Yeah.
n- now I have a few bullets to trade SpaceX.
Yeah, I already have the order to get filled on SpaceX, but it's not, I don't think it's
Yeah,
going to get after
it's
135.
probably going to open around 170-ish.
Yeah,
70, 175, that's most likely.
that's very true.
I I, I know that there was there were some investors who could request shares, and those who could request shares, they got it at $135. Uh, but they did not get all the shares allocations that they wanted to get. Some of them filled partially, some of them just did not get these fills, but they can sell after the market open at whatever price it opens. For us guys, it's probably going to be around $170.
So wait a minute, Amen, who can sell it after market closes?
Those who got those
135?
who requested shares, those who requested the shares from brokers like Robinhood, Fidelity, Charles Schwab. Some people requested 200 shares, 300 shares. They did not get it fully. They got partial fills, 10 shares,
Oh,
15 shares. Some got rejected. They can sell it instantly, but that's not advisable because that's considered flipping. And in the future, for those people who sell it instantly, it will be more difficult to get shares for other companies or for other IPOs in the future.
oh, I
So
see.
legally they can't sell, they're not locked up like insiders, but they could lose the access to future IPOs or face broker penalties depending on the platform that they requested the shares on.
Oh, I see, I see. All right, so that's a very important information that we had. Obviously, the demand is significantly higher, so the demand is obviously very, very, very big. But remember, guys, I know a lot of people are here, everybody's excited, but let me tell you something. You can be a full-time day trader, make a lot of money, and consistently make a living out of trading without trading these IPOs. And we're doing it every day for you in the chat room and in the YouTube. So this could be a very volatile IPO, or it may not be a very volatile IPO either. So, but you know what? Don't feel bad if you don't have a strategy for it, or don't feel bad if you're not really, uh, uh, feeling that you're not ready or you don't know what you're doing. If you want to be just part of history and fun, just go 50 shares and see what's going to happen. A couple of $100 lost, never hurts anybody. But getting into something that you don't really have no edge, no test, no experiment before, and you feel a little bit exposed just with a big size is not a good idea. So that's my take on this.
Hey guys, the IPO is so hyped. And the thing about IPOs is that you never know what's going to happen. It could double in price, it could drop in price. And by the way, historically, if you go through the most well-known companies, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, I mean, CarWeave, Crowd, they all dropped. Not within the first day, but within the first year, the average is somewhere around 50% drop. So no matter how hyped it is, it's still not guaranteed. I think day trading, you have an edge more than just trading the IPOs because day trading, you have a strategy, you have a trade book, You have risk to reward ratio that you're looking for. You have specific risk management system that you're going for, and that is your edge in trading. That's how you make money longer term, and that's how Andrew just trades every single day, showing his results. IPO is a good thing. We're going to trade it live. We're going to watch it, but don't YOLO it. Oh, there is a good picture. Most IPOs don't make it to the moon. I don't know if it's Andrew who shared it or Peter who shared it, but you can see the stats around here. 3 years after buying at first close, 60% of IPOs were flat or down, while only 16% more than doubled. And the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, that's the most important. Always have the people who are successful in trading are the ones who are having get rich slowly mentality. If you're having a get rich quickly mentality, generally, you're going to get very disappointed from financial markets overall. Stock picking, stock selection, they're all really, people are trying to find one trade that makes them, rich. Don't do that, guys.
John is saying we know it will be down in 3 to 6 months. We don't know about 30 days. That's true. That's true. I mean, it could end close to close green today, by the way, because it's opening late. There is a lot of hype, but we don't know what's going to happen Monday or next week. Sorry, Peter, jump on.
No, I'm just loving that helmet, Andrew. And it looks like it's starting to get a little worse for wear already.
So the helmet is for the kids, and the problem with the helmet is that it's small, so it's just my head is exploding on that.
I love it. I love it, though.
Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
With the helmet, yeah. Yeah, so that's the situation, guys. It's not opening up, huh?
Not yet. Well, while it's open, let's talk maybe a little bit about facts, guys. Let's maybe see the bull case and the bear case on SpaceX, because I know a lot of you here are hyped on it and you want to buy it, and a lot here disagree with the hype and think that it's going to drop. So let's maybe see what the bulls are saying and what the bears are saying, and then you pick a side. I mean, in my opinion, the bull case is simple. SpaceX is huge. And if SpaceX becomes like the backbone of the satellite internet, of the launch infrastructure, of the defense space systems, of AI compute, I mean, then they are definitely going to value like a mega cap infrastructure platform. And this is why the valuation right now is so aggressive. The market is just thinking that this is not just one company that launches rockets. This could become one of the core infrastructure companies for the next decade. It will be global internet, AI compute, military space, satellite networks, reusable launches, and this is what the bulls are thinking, or this is what the bulls are buying right now. But note, all of this is future stock. It's not what is happening right now, it's future stock. There is also the bears case. What do they think? The bear case is also simple, and also they have a point. At these valuations, SpaceX has to execute, I mean, almost perfectly. The valuation is already so big. The company capital is intensive. It is still spending heavily. And after the XAI combination, investors are also taking on the AI side of the business, which adds, I think, both opportunity and risk. So yes, SpaceX can be an incredible company, but an incredible company and a good short-term trade are not always the same thing, right? It's not a cheap IPO. It's expensive. For now, it's a story stock, it's a momentum stock, and an AI stock, basically, that Elon Musk basically put so many companies from AI, from space, from telecom in one single ticker. And that creates huge demand because the spending is not only on Starlink, the spending is not only on satellites, and the spending is not only on rockets, spending is on everything. But the numbers right now are the only thing that is profitable at the moment for SpaceX is Starlink. Everything else for now is not making SpaceX money. And that is basically the bear case. So there is huge potential for SpaceX, obviously in the long run, but we need to be patient waiting for these numbers. But that doesn't mean that it's going to drop. People who believe in Elon's vision in the longer term picture, they could just buy it and forget about it for the next maybe few months or few years because they believe that it's going to spike as much as maybe Tesla did. It will open at noon to make. Josie's saying that it's going to open at noon. It could open at noon. I agree with that. We'll see if that happens.
What happened to Andrew? Looks like we lost Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew just fell
No, no,
asleep
no,
when I
I'm
was
here, I'm
giving the
here.
Oh,
speech.
there he is.
I'm here.
He's back.
I am here. Yeah, my screen doesn't look very sharp. Is that a reason for it?
It looks okay on. It's gonna look worse on Zoom than it does on YouTube. It looks pretty good on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, on
good.
YouTube it's good.
Oh, because my setting was low. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at it at a low setting.
You lost
You lost
contact.
contact, yeah.
I know. He's back. Thank God.
My back. My employees are coming to the office to blow me
He
away.
burned up on re-entry. No, he's okay.
There was a solar wave for 1 second. Lost contact.
There you go.
All right. All right, guys. So Hood is ripping, guys. Hood is pretty good. It's good because we are short puts. That's pretty good. Market is ripping. You know, there was a news that Iran Prime Minister said that Iran Foreign Minister said that we're very, very close to a deal. So they pumped
Is it the
market.
Iran Prime Minister who said
This
that?
time was Iran, yeah.
Okay, finally. Okay, we're having a progress now. That's some good news.
That's some good news. I think I
That's
swear
some
to
good
God, Iranians are manipulating the market. They already said in their tweets that we are shorting oil when they closed it. So they actually literally sell that. So I think they might manipulating the market. They bought some
I
out.
will not be surprised
I
if
would
the
not be
Iranian
surprised
government made a
either.
lot of money right now just manipulating the market because Iranians' headlines right now are as strong as Trump's headlines. They shoot
Exactly.
a rocket, oil drops. They say deal, the market dumps. So they just learned the game from Trump and they're doing the same thing, manipulating the market.
Yeah, so that's great. All right, so then we go to Marvel is really running up significantly. Marvel had a news. We didn't trade that, but Marvel had a really, really great news.
I know Adobe's CFO is joining Marvel. So that could be something interesting.
Nice. All right. Mark, CRWE CoreWeave is being added to S&P 500. That's why it's running up. I think they're getting bought into that. All right. So the hood is great. So I think hood is very strong. I think there's a really good anticipation of the hood to look at the daily chart. There's a really good anticipation of more retail trading activity. So, the 2 days was amazing, sold off. And because it's sold off, here's my pen. Let me bring my pen. It's here. Here's my pen.
Sometimes it's hidden behind the desktop. You might want to just decrease, minimize a chart, draw on the desktop and pull
Okay,
the
I
chart
found it.
up. Sometimes it gets frozen like that.
Yeah, I just found it here. All right, yeah, so it had a really good day off after the earning and then sold off, find the support at 80. So that's why I sold puts at 75. So I sold here puts at 75 in 2 weeks. So if it stays above the 75, I'm going to make the money. If it goes below 75, then I'm in the loss. It looks pretty good right now, so it's going up. And for the daily chart, very strong, higher high and higher lows. For day trading, it was a really nice pop here with the volume. So then ABCD pattern started and went higher.
But the hood looks good on both on the daily and on the weekly, and now we're breaking a major weekly resistance, so I'll not be surprised seeing it going closer to 110 next week. Looks solid at the moment. Are you buying, Andrew, 1 million worth of SpaceX?
Yeah, I'm just doing it live in front of you. Why not? I don't know how much I'm holding it, but I'm gonna buy 1 million share, $1 million.
Is it a limit buy or it's an open price buy? How are you going
No,
to
as
do
soon
it?
as it opens. I just want to be
As soon
part
as
of the
it
story.
opens. That's interesting.
So when you're selling puts, guys, so you can wait until expiry if it's very close. But if it drops 75%, it's usually a good time to just cover it. You don't want to, wait for the last 25%, exposure. It's not worth it. Like, for example, here, I'm showing it to you in my chart that, so 75. So I have sold 100 contracts. I'm going to collect $16,000 profit if it goes to zero. But I probably cover it if it's like $2, $3, just covering it. Same as Tesla. Tesla, I collect $34,000. Right now, I'm up 21,000 because it's pretty good. But if it goes a little bit down, I probably get cover full, so I don't need to be in there. Because you're also taking the risk with holding it. If something happens to the company, you're always taking the All right, so I have my Benzinga breaking news open. So as soon as they announce,
We have good recovery on the market. Everything seems to be breaking some intraday levels. NVDA broke the high of the day just a few minutes ago on decent volume, by the way.
tons. All right. Intel was a good day today, moving up. AMD was really nice too. We're getting there, guys. Getting close. Getting close. 160, 170, 180. Seems that we're in that range. Market access should also have the data coming in.
To be fair, I will not be surprised if this thing goes to 200 or 220 today.
Yeah, same.
I'm not sure how far it's going to go, where it's going to close, but the FOMO and the hype is too big. A lot of traders are just going to look for a buy. And if it opens and it starts running up, it will create even more FOMO for people to jump in. No, I don't trade IPOs. You see, I'm not putting $1 million. Andrew is buying it instead of all the moderators at BBT. Andrew got this for us. Look, I might trade it. To be fair, I might go for a quick momentum play if I see a clean pattern, because this stock is not going to be only heavily traded by algorithms. It will be heavily traded by retailers. And you know what's the good thing about trading stock that a lot of retailers are trading? The good thing is that patterns are clear because you can read the psychology, you can see the FOMO, and retailers are going to move the price. I mean, obviously, big institutions are going to move it, algos are going to move it, but when there are a lot of retail traders in it, trading patterns or day trading becomes easier. So I'm not going to hold it for a swing. I'm not going to hold it overnight, but I think it's going to offer clean structure intraday.
Hewlett Packard shares hitting new highs for the day, testing into $49.50 per share, up 5.5% on the day. That's Hewlett Packard Enterprise, HPE, Hotel Papa Echo.
Would you sell if it goes to 100 or you hold for more since it's not a normal IPO? You see, when a lot of people think that it's not a normal IPO, and it's not a normal IPO, that's where everyone could get crushed. So if I jump into SpaceX and I end up trading it, I'll be careful about my exit. I'm not going to overhold on to it. I'll just look for the average reward that I'm looking for on any other day on any other stock. Not going to be overhyped, not going to try to YOLO it or make any extraordinary gain from it. Just
Yeah, not a bad idea to
the risk
wait.
management rules.
Not a bad idea to wait for some time.
Yeah.
To bonds, IWM, the small caps are running up very nicely. Market like the news. It looks like it's coming.
Here's another thing to consider, everybody. You just made me think of it. The open volume could be insane. And if you know, almost every platform has had problems sometimes when you get the massive volumes. We've seen it usually at the open. This is such an unusual event. You know, expect your platform might start to move a little slower, right? You might start to see a little bit of data drop out. Hopefully the market stays stable, right? And our data feed stays stable, but you know, expect some of that as well. So it's another good reason to wait a minute or two for things to settle down, because yeah, last thing you want is to like hit the button and then not know what happens because your system's just not responding, right?
Exactly. Small shares, guys. Slowly, small share size, guys. Small share size. Diversification. If you want to invest, diversification is the best. If you want to trade, also trade a small share size. It's going to be a good trading instrument. It's going to be like Tesla, NVDA, AMD for a very long time. So it takes probably 1 or 2 days to settle down the volatility, and then it's going to be perfect for our patterns. Opening range breakout, ABCD pattern, VWAP reversals. It's going to be amazing. So just, I think this company would be here forever with us, and you're going to make so much money on it. But you just have to make sure that you do not blow up in this first birth, so to speak.
Jatin is asking, how do you decide when to hold on some stock for swing or settle in the day? Jatin, look, 90%, maybe 99% of my day trades end up being day trades. I so rarely hold on to my day trade for a swing trade, but sometimes I would do that. I usually do that if both the daily and the weekly chart align. So let's say I opened an intraday setup, it started running in my favor. I take a look at the daily chart, I look at the weekly chart, and I see that both of them could run for a few more days. A good example is Hood. Andrew talked about Hood, and if you just pull up Hood on your on-screen, Jatin, you will notice that Hood broke a weekly pattern. It broke a daily pattern. It's literally in the beginning of the move on all the time frames. And if you manage to enter into Hood somewhere around $91, $92, or at the break of previous day close, then this might not be a bad stock to hold on for like a few extra days. That's how I know when to hold on for a swing, when to end up day trading it. But for swing trading, I have specific strategy. I usually talk about it here at during our YouTube sessions and in BBT chat room. I'll cover my swing trading method on sometime later. Or if you're here on Monday, ask me this question one more time and we'll break it down.
Yeah, so Ben is asking, are you going to go to space? Yeah, I think if there is a commercial space travel is going to come, if it's around $500,000, hell yeah, I would go. 1 million, maybe. It's a lifetime opportunity. But I don't think there is any commercial space travel yet, because I think Blue Origin also stopped it. But I think in our lifetime, I can see that it's going to come and come down.
It's gonna happen definitely. It's maybe even within the next 10 years. And I'm not going to be surprised if SpaceX does it.
So, Ayman, do you know how much Elon Musk owns SpaceX?
No, I don't.
So
How
Elon
much?
Musk owns about 40% of SpaceX. So at this $2 trillion valuation, he's gonna add about $800 billion to his net worth in the public market. And he owns about 15% of Tesla, 15 to 25%, depending on, because he has a lot of options as well. And Tesla is also about 20%, $2 trillion right now. So he has another 300 to $400 billion from Tesla. So if this public SpaceX stays above 170 or 135, then he would be the first official trillionaire.
What do you do with all that kind of money? But look, guys, this just shows you how much Musk trusts his vision. Like to put most of your net worth in Tesla and SpaceX without diversification, it just shows how much he trusts his vision. And it should, I mean, it should be telling you something. If you are the boss and you are the manager and you trust your products and you use your products, you don't use something outside it, it proves something. So,
Yeah, he's the best engineer in the world. So he's solving the biggest engineering solutions that human is facing. From connecting, digital devices to your brain. From having highest speed roads, from going to the space, from electric cars, from solar. So he's trying to work on all the most, challenging, and he should be the richest person in the world, the person who is doing most for humanity. Like then I should be the most person. What do I do? What traders do? What's contribution of traders to the humanity? So I think it definitely deserves to be the richest person. And in those scales, people don't really count their billions anymore. Like you stop really counting money after I think $10 million. Like I have about 12, $13 million in my trading account. I stopped counting it. Like it's not about the money anymore because it's not going to change your life anymore.
and
So
that's where you become a better trader, by the way, guys. Once you
that's
start,
exactly true.
once you stop thinking about the money, once you're like, okay, it's just a number in my account, and I just follow the process, that's where you grow as a trader.
Yeah, I want to show up to do good trading. I want to show up to have a good recording of my trading. I want to show up to make a good education. I want to show up to, have a high quality community. It's not about the money anymore. So I'm not really obsessed about money because I live in a penthouse. I have a Lamborghini. Eat best food is like $40, $50, $60 per meal. Like it doesn't change my life. I fly business class, or maybe I fly private jet one day, but it's the same thing. It just doesn't change my life anymore. So the more important is to find purpose in anything that you're doing.
It
A lot of
took me
people say.
literally. Sorry,
Uh,
Andrew, go for it.
So I think that that's a big consumption. A lot of people think that, oh, if these guys are traders, why they have a YouTube, why they're teaching, why, and I think it's the same question they should ask. Like if you are Elon Musk, why do you work? Why Jeff Bezos start going to work and have two, three company, running at the same time? Like why S&P 500 CEOs, Steve Jobs, and everybody's waking up? Like they're all, really rich. People have to find the purpose in something and do it.
Yeah, I actually answered these questions as well. I mean, guys, some people say if you are a successful day trader, why do you mentor? Why do you sell courses? Why do you sell books? Look, first of all, day trading is not a get rich quick scheme. If you are expecting to double your account every single month, then you're in the wrong game. I think a realistic amount of gain that you can make per month is somewhere between 5 to 10, maybe 7 to 15% maximum of your account per month. Now, can you live with it? It depends on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account and you make 10% of your account every month, you're an amazing trader, but probably you cannot live off $500 a month. But if you have a $100,000 account or $1 million account and you can make 5 or 10% of that per month, then that's a different story. That's somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000 a month. And yeah, you can do more than that, right? So to get to this account size, you need to diversify. You need to use your skills to make you some money, be it a trading community, be it a book, be it sideways business, be it anything. You do not want to just be a trader and be stuck as a trader. Eventually, trading is virtual money. You don't feel like anything. I have never blown up an account day trading, but I still manage a way to find to lose money. For some of you here already know it. I tried to open a business. And why did I try to open a business when I'm already making a lot of money day trading? It's because day trading is virtual. I make money, but I don't feel it. It's like a game. I come to the screens, in front of my screens, I buy stocks, I sell stocks, my account goes up, my account goes down, but I don't feel like I'm moving forward in my life. So I thought that, okay, I'm gonna try, open something on the side, build something physical, but to be honest, it wasn't that easy. So by the way, guys, anyone here who is owning a business, Andrew here owns a business, but anyone in the chat who owns a business, who started something successful, you guys are great. It's not that easy to run a business at all. In my opinion, it's more difficult than becoming a successful trader. But small rant.
Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. Now that we have some time, I was actually thinking of maybe showing the trades that we did today because I do have a recording until this one comes. I want to show you the trades that we did today and how we traded that. So I have the recording. That could be interesting for some people to watch, the people who were not in the chat room. Let me show it that to you. Where is it? It's coming up. This is today, yeah, June 12th. So you can actually see my screen, guys, in the center. I want you to watch this section. Let me zoom in a little bit on this area so you can actually see that. So you guys should be able to see it. So this is Tesla. So at the open, and Peter, can you go full screen?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, yeah. So if it's full screen, you guys, I want you to see my 1 minute chart, and the market atlas is on the right. So this is the first trade. So AMD was the first trade. So as you see, AMD had a really big order at 500. And at the open, it dropped, but came back up and hold the VWAP. This is the VWAP. And that's why we decided to go long, because we had a really big order at 500. And that's where we really wanted to hold it. And I added to that because this 500 on Market Atlas is a very big order. That is exactly the sign that I wanted to really go long. See, added more on that. See, the order popped up toward 500, and the order is now at 505. So it's just going up, and that's why we added more even at 502 to go through the 500. And as you see, boom, I actually kind of went toward 505. So clear. Did you guys see that? So clear that how the orders to the upside, when it's really huge and very clear, it just boom pops up toward that. And of course, the pattern is on 5 minutes, and 1 minute is very bullish. So easy to trade with Market Atlas. So there you go. Some boom. Now the order's at 510. And then you can just continue going up. We got the 510. I don't know how far this one get. I added more when it came back up to see if you can get to the 510. Boom, we got to 510. We sold some, and then it came down, and I got it stopped out at the VWAP here. Then go back again. So MU is another example. So MU was going towards previous day close at 997. And came down in the pullback. I saw the big order at 995. So we just added more when it went toward 992 for red to green, and boom, did the red to green move and went up to orders, as you see, above $1,000. So the big orders up there, and then now the orders are at $1,005. So I put my orders at $1,005, and as you see, boom, we got into that. I added more one time here as well. So, and you see, just so easy with market access, you can get all the way up to 1010. That was the last entry that I think we got on that, and that's it. Boom. See, very nice. So this is a recording that we did live in the chat room. So see, super easy with the help of Market Atlas. So you guys, I highly recommend, guys, take a look at the Market Atlas if you have not been using it. It really helps you for your day trading.
Yeah, guys, if you're not following me, you can follow me on X. You'll see I usually post my screenshots of my trades and Atlas on the other side of the screen. So obviously don't get fooled by it. You don't buy blindly simply because there is a big order, but it helps you a lot manage your risk, hold longer to your winners, and understand where to place your targets. The way I usually do it, I try to build my watch list using multiple time frame analysis. I jump into a trade using a strategy, be it 1 minute opening range breakout, ABCD pattern, etc. And then I use Atlas to help me identify my targets or maybe even hold it longer. So it also helps you avoid bad trades. Let's say that you have a classic 1 minute opening range break up, but there are a lot of orders below and no liquidity above. That's probably a sign for you to avoid playing this opening range breakout because Atlas is not supporting the thesis, especially at the open. And especially at the open, Atlas is really helpful. So it helps you avoid bad setups, it helps you hold longer, and it helps you identify key targets for the trades that you're taking.
Yeah, ASTS is now setting off. So the companies that are relative to in this sector, so all the space company like Rocket Lab and ASTS, they are really setting off right now. So as you see here, it's
Oh,
not fun. I don't
yeah,
know.
actually, guys, this is something that we can talk about the space sector. There are names like RKLB, ASTS, RDW, LUNR, SATS, SpacePL. These are other space-related stocks, and they are all in focus today. But you guys need to be careful here, because SpaceX, it can help and it can hurt these stocks at the same time. It helps these stocks because it brings attention to the space sector, liquidity, valuation, space economy, but it can hurt them because SpaceX is the leader here. It's not ASTS who is the leader. It's not RKLB who is the leader. It's not RDW. It's SpaceX. So if investors can finally buy SpaceX directly, they may sell some of the smaller proxy names that we have around here, which is ASTS, SPC, and that might be one of the reasons why they are selling off. We are getting the opening of SpaceX really soon, any moment now, and people need the money to buy SpaceX directly. That's why some of these other stocks, obviously, they can spike, and they did that within the last few days or last few weeks. But now that we are getting closer to SpaceX going IPO going live, those proxy names, you can call them, are probably going to slowly fade. So be careful about them. Don't get confused because, like we said, SpaceX is the leader around here, and it's probably going to hurt these names more than help them. That's just personal opinion.
Report GoPro supply rises as millions of
Let me ask,
barrels a day escape from
let me start a poll here. Do you think SpaceX is gonna halt today? Let's see if what you guys think. Let's see what people think. Vote now, guys. That would be nice to see what people think. Because, you know, in the very volatile IPOs, you can get halts.
SpaceX indicating $150 per share now.
So SpaceX now thinks that $150
SPCX.
on ask. So it looks like it's the price is slowly coming lower, which is 135 is much closer to 135. So 135, if it's so it would be $15 more, 10% gap up, which is reasonable.
Yeah, I think 10-15% is probably going to be healthy and reasonable. 170, 175 is a little bit too much.
Yeah.
$100.
Yes. So most people think that it's getting halted, huh?
People think I kind of feel it could. You need just you don't need that big of a move for it to get halted, right?
Well, you need what is it called? What is it? Is 5% in 5 minutes or 10% in less than 5 minutes? That's the halt rule. So you could get pretty fast, but so it's not a lot. But if it's quick, they might get halted. I think it's like 10% or something in 5 minutes. So halt means
CIT up 80% now. Charlie.
so halt means
you
you guys hear the Benzinga too when it's announcing, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have the breaking news from Benzinga, so that helps to see because they definitely announce it if you're missing it. All right, so that is a good poll. Nice. Did Elon Musk did the ring today? Elon Musk did the Opening bell in Nasdaq.
I saw some live on show on CNBC with Elon Musk there, but I'm not sure if that was for ringing the bell.
I think they did. Yeah, I think yeah, I think he did. I think Elon Musk went to Nasdaq here, and he did have a speech. Uh, yeah, this is Nasdaq for opening bell.
TTD, AdAge, the Publicis and
Is that
Trade
Peter
Desk
Thiel in the
dispute
back?
over
No.
handling fees. Publicis is once again recommending Trade
Okay.
Desk to clients. That's Tango Tango Delta.
Oh, so they did it in two different exchanges because yeah, it's starts trading Nasdaq Texas. Yeah, that's a good point. So they did it in two separate exchanges. Thank you, Rocky, for that.
Ben Calls is saying SPCX goes live in less than 6 minutes. Well, let's see, Ben Calls, if that's going to happen.
Nice.
We're
That's
all waiting for
great.
that.
Yeah, that's great. So these guys are. Uh, I think this is definitely AI. That one was AI. So
Well, guys, since we're getting closer, probably we're getting closer for it to open, let's talk a little bit about some trading rules and restrictions for active traders who are going to trade these IPO live, because there are a few practical things that you need to keep in mind. New IPOs, they can be difficult to trade, especially on margin within the first maybe 30 days, not only the first day, the first 30 days, depending on the broker. First of all, the short availability may be limited early. The borrow may be hard to find, even though I think that on stock like SpaceX, we might not face difficulties finding stocks to short it. And with stock that is this volatile, the halts are very possible. And we've seen that in the votes that Andrew has posted, like 68% expect a halt. So it's totally possible, and you need to be careful about it. So you cannot just treat SPCX like a normal large cap stock on day one. It could be traded literally like low float within the first few hours or within the first few minutes
Trade Desk
after the
shares
open.
on that.
The next thing, the orders
Publicis
could be
reported,
slower. You might be
hitting
using a really good
1929 now.
broker that gives you instant fills, but a lot of institutions, a lot of brokers, a lot of platforms right now are waiting for this stock to open. You could hit a buy button, your order is going to be visible on your orders window, but you might not get filled, and you might not even be able to cancel that order because of some issues that could happen in the platform that you are using to trade. So don't go full size, maybe trade with smaller share size, and be careful about that. The spread would probably be wide. The liquidity may look deep, but oh, there it is. SpaceX opened 150, guys. SpaceX is on. Let's take a look at that.
Okay,
we
my
see it?
alarms are going crazy here.
It
SpaceX
actually
is
touched
open.
135.
SpaceX is
Maybe.
open, guys. SpaceX
Yeah.
is open. 151. Let's see. Ding ding ding. Let me also start recording. Let's see. SpaceX is open. Open the
I might
strong.
actually trade this thing. I might actually trade. Let's watch.
All right. Let's see. 151.
It's
Let's buy
interesting.
some. I want to see if we can buy some. 151.
It'll probably give us a 1 minute open range breakout.
SpaceX is open.
Let's
SpaceX is
be part
open.
of history, guys.
Everybody in the world is watching this who's trading.
I got a small share size. You don't get a lot. I got
This thing is
filled.
going to 160. Wait for that.
All right, guys. The SpaceX is open.
It's clean. I love that.
So opening volume, 61 million shares. So that's what they dumped to the market in the first 10 seconds.
But look how it got bought instantly. People already had their orders sitting there.
This is a little earlier than I anticipated, but this is good. I think this is a good thing that it's opening early. We're going to see what it means and what it does.
Well, it's holding nicely, so I'm long in there. Let's see if it can hold it. Let's see if the Atlas is coming on it. Yeah, Atlas is slowly building up at 155. Yeah, it's pretty
Let's see if
good.
it keeps going. I love it.
Wow, what it was crazy on it. Nice.
160 on this one. Definitely 160.
160.
I'm going to lock in some profits around here just in case. I mean, I don't usually trade IPOs, but got a really good entry on it.
All right, we got some. Let's see what's gonna happen. Nice. Oh,
I'm partialing more around here.
I think it's gonna go to 160.
Yeah, 160 is definitely. I agree with you, Andrew.
All right, yeah, the Atlas is at 160. Live, guys. Yeah, there's definitely there's buying pressure on it. Selling some here.
I put my limit at 159.95, just 5 cents below 160.
All right, getting filled slowly.
Beautiful. There it is.
Yeah, they buy the pullbacks really hard.
Yep, every single pullback just spikes up.
I think we're gonna go crazy on pop up on 160. The market atlas has 160.
I partial at 159.95.
Yeah, they're good. They're buying the
If
pullbacks.
160 fills, it's spiking up. It's going to spike to 161, 162. There it is. That's
There
it.
you
You
go.
see, guys,
Oh,
when there is
beautiful.
a big roof, around the level, around number like 160, 165, 170, once that fills, it spikes. That's why I had my limit order instantly at 162 and it instantly grabbed it with the spike.
All right, let's see if it can hold in those levels.
Beautiful.
This is it. The first ever pullback on SpaceX right now.
You know, Peter, this is
ever.
literally the first IPO I ever traded in my life.
Okay, well, there you go. Good one to start with.
Good one to start with.
Yeah,
It was
congrats.
good.
All right, let's see.
And it is my first trade for the day.
Mm.
The day in history.
Still very strong, I think.
Yeah.
Still very strong. It looks like the pullbacks are getting bought up. Nice, guys. Are you trading the guys?
Who else traded? Thank you,
All right.
Alex.
I'm adding a little bit more on it at 160. I want to see if you can get the next move up.
I think it's going to keep running up. Guys, let's do another poll. Is this thing closing above the open or below the open?
Hmm.
I think that's an interesting one.
Yeah, so official open price was exactly 150. So,
Yep. Are we closing above 150 or below 150 today? What do you guys think? You know, you can just type it in the chat.
Yeah.
Type it in the chat, guys. Above 150 or below 150? What do you think?
All right, let's see. Above 160, I might add more on it. Let's see if you can get to 160. See what the Atlas is doing. Atlas now, there's big order at 135, which is the opening, huh? Or 145. Now he's doing an ABCD pattern. There's definitely now there's some selling pressure on it. Okay, it's gonna go.
Nils, you see, it's not that retailers are idiots buying around here. It's you're not necessarily buying it for an investing. Look at Andrew and me trading it live. We don't care where this thing is going to go tomorrow or after 1 month or by the end of the year. We are making the money right now. That's what day trading is. You buy it, you hold with the momentum, you sell. That's it. I don't think anybody who is buying around here is an idiot.
All
It's
right,
day
so
trading.
let's see.
That's just what day trading is.
162 is gonna go break the high of the day. Looks like it. The high of the day is at 163. So I'm selling some here. Hopefully it's gonna get to that 163. 165 could be something. Boom. Oh, there you go. So fighting the high of the day. We're getting actually I have to put this one up.
yeah, you're going high into space there. You need the helmet.
I need the helmet yet.
Nils, you can't lose money or a lot of money if you are managing your risk correctly. And honestly, if you made money on SpaceX right now and you give it back, then you are not a good day trader. There needs to be good risk management system.
I think 165 is gonna go nice. Nice, SpaceX. I'm also recording it. Nice. 164.
Oh my god, this thing is amazing. Just amazing.
So far, 22% up. Big order at 167, 65. Nice. Oh, this is really, really
Holy, oh
strong.
my god. Peter is just flying there.
To the moon.
To the moon.
Andrew, you added so many. I added only one time onto this thing. Nice trade.
Let's see. Let me put my some order at 170. Oh, this is really, there is a big buying pressure on it. This might go to 200, honestly. Putting order at 170.
I'm wondering if anybody got filled on that wick down here around 100, 140.
Yeah, it
Really
actually
wondering
went.
if that happened.
It went right to 135. That wick, like
Yeah,
exactly. So
really curious to know if somebody got lucky and got filled on that wick.
It's very, very big order at 170. Very big order at 170.
yeah.
Mavdog, that's what we're saying. There will be issues with some platforms because of the heavy anticipation on it. So probably you'll be able to sell it. Could be some issues, could be some order delays.
Yeah, we got over 1.2 million visible shares sitting at 170. So there's a big stated level there. Oh, Andrew, you're trading it in both accounts.
Yeah.
Ran out of buying power on one single account and just decided to go full on the second one. Nice trade, Andrew.
Okay,
Guys,
so
the SpaceX IPO is going and we are trading it live in YouTube. Let's see. Ooh, it's going live. It's amazing. We bought right at IPO as promised, going up to 170. Two accounts, ordering, part of history. And you can see us here in the YouTube live. Let's see what's happening, guys. I love that. Well, guys, the SpaceX IPO is going and we're trading it live in YouTube. All right,
here we are.
All right, it's dropping now. Let's see the pullback. Fuck, man, my computer is freezing now the moment that I need it. It's right the moment that I need it is freezing.
Well, we'll let you know if something crazy happens. It's good. It's holding.
What's happening right now is that we're headed to
Still hanging in
170.
here. 158.50 is my entry. Can't let you guys have all
You
the
also
fun.
traded it, Peter.
Oh, I got in on the
Nice.
pullback. You guys went right at the open. I waited for that pullback because I had to follow my my rules.
We had
Oh.
no rules on SpaceX.
I've got IPO rules. Got to follow my rules. So.
You know, I had a 1 minute open range breakout strategy on it, and I guess it was the only 1 minute candlestick I could see.
Yeah, it's true. Andrew's clock has stopped. It's never good when your clock stops.
I know. It's my
In
computer
space,
is
the time is
so
different.
crazy.
It's just that in space, time is different.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
He's got a space-time dilation, is it? Because he's moving
It's
at the speed of
different,
light.
exactly.
Is that why? Okay, or
That's
close to it. Yeah.
Yes, Svetlana, I played it on a 1 minute open range breakout at 11:47, and I added at 11:52, and I added one more time here at 11:59, but I'm probably going to get out of it anytime soon. I did good on it. I don't want to ruin the trade.
We're seeing that first sign of weakness. The SPY and the Qs both pointing down right now. We're seeing a little weakness overall in the market.
You said, meanwhile, Tesla is dumping car, but it's normal. People are just, you know what happened in the news or what was said in the news. A lot of traders who are invested in Tesla are probably going to sell their shares to reinvest it in SpaceX. Because Tesla did its fair share of run. It had many splits, it had a big run, and now people expect the exact same thing from SpaceX.
All right, let's see what's happening with Tesla. It's that semis are
Tesla
going
is
down.
selling off because people are buying SpaceX instead of
Yeah.
Tesla right now.
All right, let's see if a SpaceX holds its moving averages or drops to VWAP. Definitely the candlestick closes red. So what I would do is I might get out of my position.
Yeah, I'll be out at 116. 160 was the strong level that we had.
Yeah, it looks good to be holding here, so we'll see what happens. My stop's at break even, so I'm not that far below 160. It wouldn't take much. Volume is staying stable, but well, it's actually dying off a little bit here. We've gone from 6 million shares a minute down to about 2 million shares a minute. I mean, that's still great volume. 155 million shares traded so far. Don't forget there was 60 million that just got sort of pushed right at the open. So our actual trading volume sitting around 185, 190.
Well, they are doing it really well, though. They control the supply in a way that it doesn't get really a big drop or halt.
And the crazy thing is that the spread is not bad on it.
Spread is great, yeah.
Spread is
Wow,
like
it's like
nothing.
10 cents. 10 cents for this,
Yep.
which is pretty remarkable, actually. 10 to 30 cents. Yeah, we're hitting this 160, so this is we need to see support. Oh no, see it just okay. So I got stopped out. Went to my break even.
Yeah, I got out of it too.
That's too bad.
But it was a good trade. It was a good trade. It could still continue, and it will continue going higher. I think 170 is probably going to be hit. It just needs some rest. That was already too big of a move. We had 20% move in 10 minutes, right? Or 15 minutes, whatever it was. In 10 minutes, probably.
Alrighty, so where I am.
I see some people took that poke down as an opportunity to buy. Hopefully
Buy. Let's see what happens in the VWAP. Tesla itself is going down.
Yeah, I noticed some of the space stocks were dropping as SpaceX opened. I was looking at Rocket Lab. I was looking at Lunar, LUNR. They were both dropping here since the IPO open.
Look at the bright side. We'll be having another perfect company to trade on our daily basis. We have
Every
Tesla,
day.
Apple, NVDA, MU, and now we have SpaceX adding into the list or added into the list. So that's actually amazing.
All right. So I got all right. So I am still long in it.
Oh, Peter
Let's see
DC,
what's
you
gonna
can't
happen.
close your position. That's not good. That's the fear, right? That you get
Peter
into
DC,
something.
what platform are you using or broker? Tell us so that we know what broker we should not use.
All right, I got out of it. Let's see what it does at the revap. Let's see. It does at the revap. Now we're at the revap. So
Yeah, I coined the phrase yesterday, guys. So instead of the Magnificent Seven, we're going to add SpaceX into it, and we're going to call it the Orbital 8. You heard it here first. That's what it's called.
Peter, what's the delay on the stream? People are saying it's so delayed. It shouldn't be more than 15 seconds, right?
On the YouTube feed,
Yeah.
that's up to YouTube, but yeah, it's usually about 5 to 15 seconds.
But it's not us that's choosing a delay, guys. It's YouTube's.
Yeah, we don't get a choice in that. Keep in mind, you gotta keep an eye on that little live button down at the bottom. Sometimes it flips off of live, so it'll end up delayed. If you just click down there where it says live, bottom left corner of the video, that should push you back to as current as you can get.
Alex is saying 6 seconds. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
sounds about it. I think it should be 15. I think maybe 6. I don't know.
Don't use Andrew's clock as a guide on the screen. It's his computer is having a couple of problems there, so that clock is not quite accurate. Yeah.
it was a stock. All right, so it looks like it's holding the revap for now. It's looking at potentially getting back in there. So this 170 is still big order, and on the bid size we have 150. So we see big order at 150 and then the big order at 170.
View app is at 156 right now, but it depends on the view app settings, guys.
I don't think there's any setting because it is without pre-post market, so that's one bid up. I want to see what it does.
Sorry.
I want to see what it does here in this 5-minute. It makes a new 5-minute high or not. So 149 million shares volume being traded so far. Still has not hit float rotation. So we are looking for float rotation usually. Float rotation means that if all the float is being traded one time, it's most likely it's going to get to float rotation.
Eamon, do you notice something different between you and Andrew and I?
Yeah.
You're not
report me, guys. Just ban me.
You're not in costumes. I just a note for next time. You know.
I'll tell you one thing. Someone had to stay on Earth. Just to...
Well,
all of us are on space, then who's going to monitor it?
All right.
I'm going to get back log in there. Let's see if you can get to 170 this time. High of the day is 168.75.
We want a mission control suit or something next time then. At least
I think for a mission control suit, all I need is just to plug in this thing here. This thing.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Put a little microphone, yeah. I mean, I want to maybe go with 1960s with the skinny black tie and a white shirt.
Easy, I could do that.
Yeah.
I have it. I have that actually.
Okay, there you go.
That's
a problem for next time.
For profit. SpaceX Live. It's happening.
Yep. All right, Ender's back in. He's a bold man.
Andrew, There is no better momentum trader and scalper than Andrew. I could identify the biggest moment, the first momentum play and trade it, but after that, I am done. The one who makes money in and out is Andrew.
All right, let's see if SpaceX is going to go back up. There you go. It's going to go, I think.
Andrew put the helmet.
Yep.
We just put the helmet on.
I am on.
That's
See?
because he's planning to go back up into the upper atmosphere here with this trade. So that's why he needs the helmet. The air is getting thin up here.
Regenstein, what's happening right now with Tesla is whatever was said in all these news during the last few weeks. Once SpaceX is out, a lot of Tesla investors are going to share their sales to reinvest in SpaceX. This is why you see Tesla selling off hard now, while SpaceX slowly holding up.
It is
Putting
something
some orders, guys, to the upside. See if you can go to 170.
Frank, what we're using is not a website, it's DAS Trader platform. We're using DAS Trader, link to Interactive Brokers. Now, we mentioned this before SpaceX went live. We talked about how these proxies are probably going to dump once SpaceX is live, because SpaceX is not supporting them. SpaceX is competing with them. And if they were running a few weeks or a few days before SpaceX launch, then that's totally normal. But now that SpaceX is out, it gets all the attention. Alberto,
Let's see if it
Interactive
holds the
Brokers
moving
does.
averages or not.
Yeah, and guys, this is one of the rare. If you look at Andrew's chart on the screen, this is one of the rare situations where there's no real distinction in the data, right? The 7, the 20, the 50, the 100, the 200, all these moving averages at the same spot because we only have so much data, right? So basically, it's all using the same data, so they're all in the same place.
This is saying sell while it's worth anything at all. That's the wrong mindset for day trading. You need to be patient. You need to go for a good risk to reward ratio. You do not want to sell simply because you are in the green right now. Because if you sell while you are in the green right now and then on the next trade you lose money, you're not going to be making money in the long run. As a day trader, you need to have patience. That's why Andrew has the limit orders on the top and he's not selling right now while he's in the green. The key is to be consistently profitable in the long run. And to be consistently profitable in the long run, your winners need to be big.
I think I have a feeling there still is buying pressure on it. So, we did a small, mini ABCD pattern here.
And the 5-minute chart, if you take a look at it, this is the first ABCD pattern on it. We're just making the first new 5-minute high after the pullback. So probably we're going to have to see these orders at 165, 66 getting filled now. Look at these guys. This is the first new 5-minute high after the pullback.
I have orders at 165, 166. Did anyone take the trade with me, guys? You can see my entries and exits live.
Nur Karim, it is running on technicals. Algos, 80% of market volume is controlled by algos. Algos are traded by technicals. So this thing is being run on technicals. It's not random. Obviously, there is no guarantee that the trade is going to work. No guarantee that it's going to fail. All you can do is just react to whatever the market is doing and trust your plan.
All right, guys, I promised everybody to buy 1 million shares of SPX, SpaceX, and I did, and we're up on it. And we're doing it live on YouTube, guys. So if you're interested in trading, just join us on YouTube. Look at that every morning. We had an amazing day, and again, live, you can see we already trading it at so Tesla was a loss, SpaceX one win, another win, and we traded MU as well. Total 70,000 so far. Let's see if we can have $100,000 day on a SpaceX. Market is also popping up. Orders up there, and Market Atlas shows 170, and that's me.
The green arrows are buy orders. The red arrows are sell orders.
So yeah, the hollow red arrows that you see all stacked there, that's where Andrew put in a bunch of orders ahead of the price. So when it hits those levels, his orders will trigger and they'll automatically execute. So you can see he's got orders. It looks like pretty much at every dollar on his way up to and through 170. So
Come on, go, go, go. All right, guys, we promised to trade SpaceX, 1 million shares, $1 million. We already traded that. We're up $33,000. It's going up really nice. And we're doing it live on YouTube, guys, making sure to take a look at it. This is the trade that we did so far. There's one SpaceX 5,000. There's another one 33,000 so far, and MU 7,500 live on YouTube. So far, we are up 70,000. Let's see if this SpaceX is actually going up to 166, 169, and 170 as Market Atlas is showing to us. So live on YouTube, guys. Every morning we're trading live on YouTube. Let's see if we can get there.
yeah, he didn't take 1 million shares. He took $1 million worth.
$1 million worth.
Which is about 10.
There you go. Big order at 165.
8,000 shares.
Let's see if we can get filled. I'm still hopeful that we can break toward this range.
So far, every single week has been getting bought back up, and
We'll just leave this one
this
here.
is just the second 5-minute candlestick that we had after the pullback, second green 5-minute candlestick. So it has momentum for now. 166 is probably going to be hit next. Will it get back to 168? Probably. I mean, that's doable. Look, but there is no guarantee. We don't give any financial advices. We don't tell you what to buy or to sell. Just learn from whatever is being shared around here. But probability wise, it is possible, but nothing is guaranteed.
Exactly. So, Eamon, you're out of your trade, right?
Yes, I'm out. 12:01. I got stopped out of it, and I did not re-enter.
Yeah, I got out of my trade as well, and so that just leaves Andrew, who's still fighting the good fight here.
Andrew is flying solo now.
He is. Yeah.
Going, it's going.
Come on, let's go.
Rockfield 166.
Oh, it's there. Oh, there you go. You got filled? Yeah, you got filled.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Noon Karim, you will be surprised by how much it's not pure guesswork. I mean, if you read my books or Andrew's book, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action, or How to Day Trade for a Living, it's classic patterns. And patterns have been working for like years, for like forever. They worked in the past, they work right now. They do not work 100%. You don't trade blindly only based on patterns. Obviously, it's a combination of multiple things at the same time. Order flow, level 2, a pattern, and then just a risk management system.
So to be clear, the funded account is not a profit sharing.
Guys,
You've got to make the trades. You need to earn the money.
Live, and this is it. This is it. We're trading live 1 million. So that's me. So $1 million of a SpaceX, and we're already up $60,000 on it. So that's the trade. Right at the open. Added more, partialed, added more again, and now 166, 169, 170. We want to get there. The market atlas on the SpaceX is working, showing the big orders at 170. See, and live, guys, in front of everybody. How many people are watching right now? 2,000 live. We get a great trade on it. Overall, it was an amazing, amazing day. He was up so far $78,000. So happy that everybody can watch this. Really exciting and in a spacesuit.
Tom Harris, definitely. We haven't seen the peak. There will be a lot of peaks. By the way, guys, if you didn't hit the like button, subscribe to our channel. I mean, your support is highly appreciated. Look at this costume on itself that Andrew has bought and Peter has made. I mean, that on its own is worth a like.
There you go. That's right.
As I promised everybody to trade the SpaceX live. And
We're getting Andrew recording all those messages for.
yeah, it just messes up all the time. Every time that I'm recording this. $1 million for SpaceX. And we already on
Big Paras, you know, working on space is not that easy. Helmets gets broken there.
Okay. That's all part of the charm.
66, 169, 170. We want to get there. Market atlas on the SpaceX is working, showing the big orders
We
at
can mute
170.
Andrew. There, now you can't hear him.
See, and live, guys, in front of
Turn it right
everybody. How many people are watching right now? 2,000.
Turn him off.
We got a great trade on it.
There. Won't be able to hear Andrew at all on the YouTube feed as he's testing things out. You might still hear him on the Zoom call, Eamon, but they can't hear him on YouTube until he comes back to us as he's.
Oh, yeah, I see that. All right, guys. By the way, guys, if you want to learn more about reading price action, how Andrew trades, how I trade, make sure to check Andrew's book, How to Day Trade for a Living on Amazon, or my book, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action on Amazon. Join Bearable Trader community. Andrew, I, Peter, the team trade there every day live. And if you want to just get familiar with the way we trade before making any commitment, just join YouTube. YouTube live every single day, 8 a.m. Eastern, building the watch list, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Peter and Carlos trade live every day, 11 a.m. Eastern. Me and Kyle join here, and we'll also trade whenever there is a trading opportunity. So YouTube, totally free if you want to take it to the next level. Join Bearable Traders community or tradingterminal.com. If you want to learn at your own pace, check How to Day Trade for a Living, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action on Amazon. And that should help you get covered. Yeah, there is an ebook form, Tazi, for the book on Amazon, like literally $10 or $9. I just put the link in the chat.
There you go, Eamon. We got a good picture of your book right there.
Oh, thank you, Peter. There it is. So, Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action. Trust me, guys, 10 years of experience in one single book. You are not going to regret it. And it's not about the money. It's literally at a cheap price, $9 for the ebook.
$190 million shares traded so far, half of the float.
That's crazy. Major Penny, I am a medical doctor. I graduated in 2022, but I decided to stick as a full-time day trader instead of working as a doctor.
And I'm glad you did both things, by the way. I'm glad.
Yeah, by the way, I was about to quit. Yeah, I was about to quit so many times, but Peter here was telling me, Eamon, get the degree. Eamon, get the degree. So thank you, Peter, for all the push. Totally worth it.
Good. You never know when it might come in handy, right? So you've got it.
Yep.
It's good. I said, if nothing else, do some good works with it.
Exactly.
All right, so guys, I'm gonna get out of it. I'm all out of my SpaceX.
Oh, all out.
Yeah, so it did drop now, so I am out.
Okay.
I think this I don't like this drop. This drop was really big, so let's see if it touches the VWAP or not. I think there's a chance to goes down to VWAP. It was my break-even point. And it was a successful day, I think, so far for me.
Yeah. So what does your net day look like, Andrew? About
73,000.
73.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a good day.
Or, yeah, thank you. So far, this actually passed my entry point a little bit, so I think 74. I think it might go higher, but maybe I later trading it. But let's see if it's yeah, I kind of regret getting out of it right now, but let's see.
There you go. Okay. That's a good day. So.
Guys,
Well,
hope
it's
you
good. I mean, I like to see SpaceX holding here. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but like we said, you know, at least the volume is holding. The volume is decreasing. I can see that we are dropping minute over minute here, but you know, it's not like it's low volume. We're still trading over 1 million shares a minute. 225 million shares traded so far today. So, yeah, it's
but it's holding. It is
it's
holding
holding.
with it.
It
Compare it
is.
to CBRS that opened around 390 and dumped within the very first minute and just went lower. SpaceX is holding nicely. And you know what's the best thing about it? It did not go all the way to 200 or 220. It did not dump all the way to 100 or 100.
Right.
People expected it to open around 135. Some people bet around 170. It did open at an amazing price. 150 is a really good price for an open for an IPO that was planned to open at 135. And 10-15% move after the open is also really good. So this is actually amazing. I think it would be a clean stock to trade within the next few days.
Yeah, as you say, that stability is more than I had anticipated. So I think that's good. That signals good trade opportunities coming forward. I mean, like you said, I hope it's one that we can add and we can actively trade. You know, I hope it trades more like a Tesla than it does like a Google or Meta, which I don't like as much. So we'll see what happens. So far, this is a good sign, especially if we hold around this level, anywhere north of 150, which is the opening price, right? It opened exactly at 150. Will signal a very good day, a very good opening day, and Elon will be very happy with his money, as will all the bankers, and that's important. You need Wall Street happy over the long run to support your offering. So, and I know Mike is also out there. He's happy out there in the world, wherever he's whatever he's doing right now, because he was in at the IPO price, so he's got a $30 gain on it right now. So that's pretty good.
That's all. Jeff said, they said don't bet against Elon. I just wanted to be a stable trader. Well, I mean, that's true. Don't bet against Elon. A lot of people call them crazy. You know, Tesla was called an overvalued stock since the moment it was released, and it got one split and a second and a third, and it keeps going higher and higher, and up until today, everybody says it's an overvalued stock. Right.
Yep.
So you never know with Elon.
Yep. Is that now officially a space avocado?
I'm going to buy a helmet for my avocado, and it's going to be a space avocado.
There you go.
We'll need to do that. I get the question. Are you going to buy SpaceX for a swing? No, honestly, not this year. You see, it opening today, the way it opened and it being strong the way it is at the moment is obviously a good thing, but we know the statistics with IPOs and how much they drop within the first year. I want to be careful, and I'm really selective about my swing trades. I don't swing trade the way Brian does or any other mod does. It's kind of a swing trading, investing type of trading, longer term trades, and I take it really slow.
Yeah. And, you know, Major Payne here is saying that, you know, SpaceX is an overvalued stock. Maybe. Look, I by any traditional measure, Tesla is a highly overvalued stock, and yet it's held this price for years. So, you know, like the old expression in the market says, that the market can remain irrational a lot longer than you can remain solvent. So don't bet against it. Hey, whether we agree or not is irrelevant, right? The market is pricing it at this level, so that's the price. Right now, today, SpaceX is worth $165 a share. Doesn't matter if you think it makes sense or not, right? That's the value. And who knows what it will be on Monday. But for now, that's the price. So.
And look, guys, remember that SpaceX is just more than rockets. The market is not valuing SpaceX like a simple rocket company. SpaceX is like three things in one. First, you have the launch business, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship, NASA contracts, military launches, which is also a lot of money, commercial satellites, reusable rocket advantage. And the second, you have Starlink. And Starlink at the moment is probably the cleanest part of this whole business. Starlink has passed 10 million subscribers. It gives SpaceX a lot of recurring revenue, not just revenue, recurring revenue, internet business. And finally, you have the AI angle after the XAI combination, and that adds Grok X the to the supercomputer story, right? The AI infrastructure, and the bigger idea of combining satellites, compute, and data and connectivity. So basically, it's so many things at the same place, right? So investors are not buying just rockets; they're buying a potential infrastructure platform. And for now, maybe it's not making money. And you're right, Niels. I'm not going to disagree with you. Grok X eats up Starlink within 7 days. And yes, look, a lot of the businesses around here with space are costing a lot of money. It's a lot of spending, but you know how it is. You need to spend a lot of money to make money. So Elon has a vision, and if I'm not gonna say that this vision is going to come true or SpaceX is going to be the best company out there, but I'm saying that he has a vision, he's building that vision. SpaceX is not going to make money maybe right now, maybe not within the next quarter or within the next year, but it's a longer term thing that a lot of traders believe in.
Yeah, SpaceX really, look at this. We're suddenly just moving sideways here. I mean, the volume is still there. We're still trading 1.5 million shares a minute, but really no differential price action. 165 seems to be the price at which we've settled. Again, for the moment, we still have 3.5 hours of trading between now and the close. So, anything could happen. But for the moment, this is where we're at.
Exactly.
Now, while this has been happening, sorry, Eamon, it's been interesting.
No, go for it.
It's been interesting to watch some of the other offerings. Look at this. Look at this little pattern you see mid chart here. This is right when the IPO happened, and I'm seeing this across a lot of charts. Look at that pattern sitting there on Tesla. You got the same thing on NVDA. You got the same thing that happened to a lesser degree on AMD. I think I was looking at even Microsoft. No, it wasn't Microsoft. It was something else that I was looking at. But we saw this interesting sort of little level. Oh my goodness! I had to sneeze. Couldn't resist it. But anyways, yeah, Tesla sold off, and now is making a recovery. So it's interesting as Tesla's making this recovery to me that's exactly the same period at which SpaceX has just gone flat. Whereas you've got some of the other stocks that are also making a recovery. Sort of, they were dropping as the SpaceX IPO opened. Now Rocket Lab is making a recovery. Lunar that I was looking at making a recovery right now. ASTS, right? These are the ones that we were looking at the open, some other space-related stocks that are coming back. So I think we're seeing a little bit of, people are saying, okay, looks like the risk is over in the short term here on space overall. And SpaceX looks to have legitimized itself roughly at this level. Now, it's a little concerning how flat this is. It's a little weird.
And I want you to see, Peter, also NVDA. Take a look at NVIDIA at the exact same price at time, maybe Meta. Maybe Apple, exact same price where the SpaceX IPO has opened. And I want to also mention that something related to the news, the AI angle, what makes this IPO also bigger. You know that after the XAI combination, investors are not just buying SpaceX and Starlink, they're also buying these Grok X data centers, computes, supercomputer story and everything. And names like NVDA, AMD, SMCI, MU, Marvel, Avigio, they may all get mentioned around this theme. So a huge IPO like SpaceX can also create short-term pressure on big tech. Why is that? Because some institutions may sell winners to make room for SpaceX. Why do you think that the moment SpaceX was launched, you saw this exact same theme and this exact same pattern on Apple, on Tesla, on NVIDIA, exact same small drop? It's because big institutions are selling money. Why? To reinvest it in SpaceX. That means NVIDIA, Tesla, Meta, Apple, Microsoft, and the rest of the mega cap basket could see some temporary rotation pressure. So, and we see that live. You see it live right now. So I agree with you, Niels. It's maybe a longer term vision. But if enough people believe in this longer term vision, then that's more enough. That creates demand. And what moves stocks is demand.
Yep. So the SpaceX is going sideways here. We had a good move up. 150 was exactly the open price. Moved up quickly to almost hit 170. The high of the day actually is 168.75. We didn't quite get there. Now we settled off at this 165 price roughly. So here we are. I think this is going to be, again, interesting long term. It might be cool. This is a lot quieter than I expected. I thought the SpaceX IPO, one way or the other, was going to be a little more volatile, and it really wasn't. So I'm not quite sure what that signals, to be honest, but it's actually a good thing, I think, long term. In the short term, it might mean that it's a little boring. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. This has been a good show. I'm glad we could get this and we could trade live. We were here, and we had Andrew joining us live. Space Andrew here with us. Live into the
And
chat
you're
as
on
well.
mute just in case you're saying something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it was amazing. Yeah. So thank you so much, guys. We made so much money. I have a feeling that SpaceX is not done. It's gonna break out probably again, but it's a really good show. You want to stop it, or you want to keep going, Peter?
It's up to you. If you want to keep going, wait and see what happens. That's fine.
Yeah, we can answer a few questions in the chat because the pretty trades only just annoyed on us that we do not respond to the chat.
Sure.
We try
Yeah.
to respond as much as we can, guys. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Today is a big day. The chat is crowded. A lot of people are watching, so we might not respond to every single question, but we respond as much as we can.
Sure.
I
Go for
think
it, Eamon.
what was very interesting was that it didn't get halted. So the way that redistributing the shares was so good that it didn't get halted, and I think that's a very, very good very sign. So they're managing it not to get halted. So it's going to be a really, really good trading vehicle in the next few years that we're coming. Great order flow. The market atlas was very clean and super on that. So that's what I really like about reading the levels of market atlas was really nice. 170 is an order that still on market atlas stays there. So I really hope that that we get there. And something is telling me that it has the potential to go to 170 soon.
I think it will. I mean, it will calm down a little bit after this big run. The volume is going to cool off. It's going to go sideways a little bit. People are going to accumulate, and we're probably going to get a second leg up.
Yeah.
Don't take this as a buy signal, guys. It's just what we see on the chart, what it feels like.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a good potential to get back in there, if the pullback around these moving averages. It touched the VWAP only once, so
ETF Fremd, ETF, you're asking about Andrew's trade. So Andrew had shared his trade. I'm not sure if you still have your trade on the screen there. I see you doing some stuff, Andrew. But he got in with probably how many shares do you have, Andrew? Probably about 9,000 shares, I think.
it's about 8,000 shares. Yeah,
About 8,000 shares. So again, it was $1 million worth of stock, is what he said he was going to buy. He
and
entered.
it was
Go ahead.
essentially a 1 minute opening range breakout. So I waited for 1 minute, and then as soon as it break out of 1 minute, just long and added more on these pullbacks. That's it. It's pretty simple.
And if you go back in the
Honestly-
live feed, you'll be able to see it. It was all on the screen. We shared not only the P&L, but the actual trade, all of the entries. You can see all the candles there. I mean, Andrew was doing it live with us right here as he was trading it. So it's all available for you to go back and review at your leisure and see sort of what he went in. Again, you're asking for technical signals. Well, look, this is an IPO, right? So it's not like we had a lot of technical background or information to go off of, right? You're really just saying, I'm looking at it. He's looking at the price action, which seemed to be holding after that open price at 150. It definitely seemed to be holding and pushing higher. So he took the opportunity to enter it. It was quite simple, right? As long as the volume and that momentum continued, it made for a good trade, and he was sort of able to, he took some off at the high, had a little pullback, added into the trade a little bit, and was able to partial. Now, I traded a little differently. I waited for that first pullback. Then I wanted to see support, which we did. I got in at around 158, 158.50, I think was my entry. Took some partials up towards the high that we've now set, and then got stopped out on the way back down. Eamon, on the other hand, he also traded it again slightly differently, right? He looked for a slightly different signal, but we're all basically trading the same momentum play, right? If we saw this thing drop heavy or do something unusual, we would have been out. Like, let's get out and wait and see what's going
Definitely.
on. But it didn't. It showed support and some consistent movement. So made for a good opportunity.
Yeah, there were just a few small signals. Bullish candlestick, momentum, small confirmation on level 2 or Atlas, and support with the momentum. That was basically it. But did we know that we were going to make money? Definitely not. It could have just
No.
ended up at a loss.
Sure.
It could have been just a losing trade. But you know what? It's not the first day where we trade live and we lose money. People just know that that's how day trading works. I mean, you lose money,
Yep.
you make money, but the goal is just to make money in the long run. That's all.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're mostly just looking at things through the lens of
So pretty
trades.
trades only. You've asked here one more trade. What do you think will happen with the NASDAQ? Should we avoid trading? That's a tough one to answer. The NASDAQ, I mean, we've had trading opportunity. Lots of other things are moving and they're doing their own move. I think now we're going to go back to what I'll call normal trading. I mean, I'm using air quotes on that because, you know, what's normal? I mean, you know, normal is whatever the market decides it is, I suppose. But from my point of view, that means right at the moment that I think we can trust that the volume will continue. I think stocks will continue to move like they have in the past. And yeah, you know, avoid trading? No, whoops. No, I think you could trade as normal, which means you should have a strategy. You should understand what your target points are. If you see a trade opportunity, take it. If you don't, stay out. So there's nothing drastic, I think, that's happened. If you look at the market overall here, let's put this Q chart. You know, this is what the overall Qs look like, or the NASDAQ for today. Yeah, it looks like a pretty normal price action, I would say. You know, what is the volume today? What's the RVol on the NASDAQ? 121% volume. So we're trading, you know, just over 100%. So just over average volume. I think it's back to business as usual. That would be my call. You know, which means, again, stick to your rules. Don't just start jumping in. But I think that, you know, for me, Friday afternoons, typically you don't get a lot of trade opportunities, right? Because typically stocks start to move sideways. You get less aggressive moves. So, you know, now we're probably going to go back to that pattern. I mean, even SpaceX is suddenly looking a little tired, isn't it? It's moving sideways and not doing much.
I think right now it's popping up towards.
Yeah, we're getting a pop actually. I just came back to it. Look at that.
I'm back long with it. So
of course he is.
160. You know, say if you want to go to 170 now, the high of the day is 168.75.
Have you got a screen
That's what
there,
we're talking
Andrew?
about.
I see you got stuff going on your screen.
Yeah. Let me share my screen
If it's
here
a deeper pullback, yeah.
for
I think
you.
so.
There you go. So I'm back in it.
If you have to come back to the open, it usually.
So again, the order at 170 on Market Atlas.
But it doesn't fully.
I think you got. Have you got Jared? I hear Jared in the background.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Jared.
sorry, Jared. This is the back end. So let me stop Jared. All right, let's see if he can go to 170. That would be nice.
There you go. You can see Andrew's back in. You can see his trade. So you made an entry. Oh, look at that. You did get in fairly aggressively, Andrew. Of course you did. And then you added.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I want to see if he can actually go back up too.
So
I'm really seeing, I want to see if he can get to 170.
what the heck is normal? Yes, indeed. What is normal, eh?
All right, let's see. It looks like the price of 165 is something that people have started agreeing on. 227 million shares traded.
By the way, guys, Elon is officially the first trillionaire in the world.
Trillionaire.
There you go.
And SpaceX now costs more than $2 trillion with the price that it's sitting at right now.
Wow.
There you go. Another $1 trillion company is born right before your eyes. Here we go. So 2 trillion, which is pretty astounding. You know, I mean, I know we keep talking about these numbers, but 2 trillion, you know, does that, you know, does that even resonate? Do we understand what that means? I mean, that basically means right out of the gate, SpaceX is a company that is worth, almost as much as Microsoft, for example. Microsoft's actually at 2.9 trillion, but it definitely means that that SpaceX comes out of the gate and it's worth more than Tesla.
Yeah.
So
That's a big fat guy.
Well,
No insults.
the potential growth is one thing, but yeah, it's what's the revenue of Microsoft compared to SpaceX? Now let's ask ChatGPT.
Microsoft's revenue, their annual sales, 318 billion. So
For SpaceX?
no, that's
No,
for Microsoft.
Microsoft.
Okay, so what's SpaceX reported revenue?
I think it was a low, if I'm not wrong.
Was way lower.
Oh, way
It
lower.
was way
yeah.
lower because SPCX was even losing at some points. But the thing that's moving SpaceX is not their revenue or their money that they're making.
18 billion.
It's the vision. Exactly.
Yeah.
18 billion. So it's the same company, but it's only 10% of the revenue of Microsoft.
Not even.
But the question is,
Not even.
does it have the potential? Because sometimes the valuation can be high if you see the potential in the future, but we're not sure if it actually has that much potential.
Yeah. Yeah. It's again, sometimes the fundamental analysis, it's the F word.
It's
Don't
the
worry
F word,
about that.
yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Who cares about that one?
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually curious to see this SPCX. The option activity is not yet out, so it's gonna take for a few weeks to get there, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how quickly they're able to put the option change in place. There'll probably be some out there by Monday, I would think, for next week, right? Because coming out on a Friday, you're not going to get any options. Yeah, I don't know what the wait period is on that. That's a good question. Jared might be able to answer that for us.
Right,
Elon
let's see
can
if
basically
this.
buy a country. He can if he wants, I guess.
I'm wondering if I can't wait until this 170 get hit on SpaceX.
4 minutes max. I'll push it for you, Andrew.
What time is
Alright.
it? We still have another 2. You're not sharing my screen, are you?
I
Yeah,
am.
screen.
Do you want me to turn it off?
No. As long as
Yeah.
people seeing it.
Yep.
Let's see it.
We got the zoomed in on just the chart.
The next boot camp is coming in
September.
I think
September.
September. Yeah, the next
Yep.
one is September. And by the way, guys, you can sign up right now. If you want, you can reserve your spot because boot
Absolutely.
camp is limited spots. It's small group mentorship sessions with live sessions like here every single day with different moderators, different training styles. So if you want to reserve your spot in the boot camp, you can sign up right now. Otherwise,
And there's
you will
value
have
in
to-
doing that because if you sign up now, then you've got weekly Friday, right now actually at noon. Mike hosts a sort of a session, a prep session where you can start to get ready. You can start to understand what's going to be asked of you, or the opportunities for work during the boot camp, and you can start to prep for it. So there's
people are asking for the link to sign up. Sorry to
Ah.
cut you out. Do
No.
you have that link? Maybe you can share it. Or just be capitaltraining.com. You can
Yeah.
join the link I put it, and you can find more information there.
I'll send it here, not a problem. We're always here to answer. So there's all the information are here.
Good.
And you don't need to sign up right away, so you can just go through the material, see if something that you can benefit from or not.
Yeah, you can do that, Shane. You can just sign up, maybe not for this September. You can sign up for the winter boot camp. You could just make the payment, email mike@bearbletraders.com or andrew@bearbletraders.com, or any of us, and we'll forward the message to the responsible person, and they will reserve a spot for you.
Let's see for the break of half today. Come on. Go, please. 170.
Come on. Andrew needs gas money for the Lambo.
And the gas money is expensive now.
Yeah, go for it. I want to go to the space.
Season group, the boot camp is online. It's not hosted.
Yeah,
It's not offline. It's an online group. So
It's
you
all
can attend
online.
it from anywhere in the world.
Yep.
SpaceX, oh, there you go. Ah, that he did hit 169. I have order, it didn't get filled.
It
At
literally just touched
169.
it, but it's probably going to spike now. We said 4 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get
I'm
filled.
pushing it.
It just touched 169. It didn't even break that level. So
Yeah, so see, I have orders at 169, so it didn't get filled.
you weren't at the front of the line, Andrew.
No, fortunately not. Let's see if the next round we can go.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll push through here and then you can get filled. Just
Yeah,
has to go
that's-
1 or 2 cents past that and then you're done.
If it touches 169, it's going to spike to 170. It's just that we're sitting right at the high of the day right now.
Yeah, it's very
And that's the
possible.
resistance. So if
Yep.
it breaks the high of the day right now, we're sitting right at the high of the day. There it is.
Yeah, it looks like it. Let's see.
Yeah. If we
And
touch
maybe I need my
169, it's
hat.
about back to zero.
Maybe I need to. Maybe I
Put
need my
it and you
hat.
get filled instantly.
You need the hat.
Andrew just waiting. Andrew
you
is
go.
waiting to push the price to 169.
Getting into character.
Do work your magic, helmet. Andrew's he's ready. Blast off. Here we go.
Chris, I can see 172. Yeah, Nathan, send me an email. I can send you a few of these.
Oh,
Payment
just,
at bearbulltraders.com.
just touched 169 again. And again, Andrew, you didn't get filled.
What the hell?
There you go. It just touched it again. Let's see. It's got to I bet you there's a whole lot of people hanging out here at that level. 270 million shares traded so far. Good day.
229 million shares. You know, that's interesting. It's 10 times more than Apple. More than that. 4 times more than NVDA. Crazy volume.
Okay. Here we go.
There it
169, 169. Come on. There you
There
go.
it is.
There's the
And that's
push
the
through. Now you
jump
got
that we were
filled,
talking
Andrew.
about.
You must have
And
got
now
filled.
170. Must.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So it took his order. You can see how he got filled. He's now up to 47, 48,000 almost realized. Oh my goodness. You got a big size, Andrew. You got 10,000 shares left almost. Wow.
Andy,
Like what?
how are you doing?
Andrew's talking to Elon right now. Just seeing how he's doing.
Elon, please 170.
Yeah. How's it going, Elon? I'm making some money here.
It's going to be good for you and me.
That means every dollar it goes up. Andrew's in for 9,954 shares, as you can see on the screen. Every dollar it goes up, that means an extra $10,000 for him. Every dollar it goes up means something like I can't remember what the number was. It was something like $50 billion for Elon. So let's see if Andrew he's going to get filled here at 170. Looks like we are finally going to get to that 170 mark.
If it fills 170, it's going to spike instantly, probably to 171. There will be a big roof now at 170. It's a big round number, guys, like 160, 170, 180. These numbers are so strong. And if they get filled, you'll see a lot of momentum.
We touched it. 1 cent away.
You see how it's stuck?
Yeah, 170's hitting. Look, there you go. Andrew got filled. So look, he got
1
filled.
million shares filled.
Yeah,
1 million shares filled 170.
Yeah, big arrow. So though he took 3,000 shares off there, and look, he still has a big size. So there you go, guys. You're watching this live as Andrew's trading it. I'm just watching him. I'm not in it. Going well, Andrew. You're still on mute with us.
All right, yeah. So guys, Ah, that was amazing. Get into character.
How is Elon? You were talking to him on the phone, I saw.
Elon said, "Stop buying." He said, "Stop buying. Stop buying." Yeah. I'm gonna do a.
Oh wow, look at this. All right, now we're
Oh
getting
yeah, it's going to 171, 172. Nice. Oh, there you go.
Look at that. Look at that. So after a period where it was just moving sideways, we're back into action. 172 now. 172 on the ask.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Oh wow, well through
I
172.
see. That was obvious. If you take a look at the volume bar at 170, we had 3 or 4 million shares, and that 170 was holding the roof. The moment we cleared it, the next round numbers are easy to feel 171, 72,
Yep.
73. They're around psychological number, but they're not as strong as 170. We had the same thing around 160 where we traded it initially at the open. Once that 160 was broken, it easily made it all the way up to 169.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Oh, hard pullback here. Hey, don't forget, guys. This has been great. Great participation by everybody. Appreciate all the likes, the thumbs up. That's great. Appreciate everybody that's sticking with us here. Interesting movement on SpaceX. This sets us up very well for future moves, and I like that. Right, I like the fact that this is moving so well because again, it means that it's hopefully going to be a good trader for us over the long term.
When is the Lambo giveaway? There will be a Tesla giveaway at 1 million subscribers. I
David,
think, is that still on, Andrew?
when is the
Yeah. So,
Andrew,
sorry, what?
is there still a Tesla giveaway at 1 million subscribers?
Tesla giveaway in yeah, we do a Tesla giveaway in if you get to 1 million subscriber, that's for sure.
Okay,
That's
there you
the
go.
promise.
Get
See,
all
guys,
your friends.
so hit the subscribe button and you are automatically participating in these things.
Yeah.
There you go. Give away a Tesla. That'll be awesome. Chris, only you can accidentally get into it and make money. So well done then. The oopsie that made you cash. That's always good.
Right. SpaceX is now still reaping higher.
Nathan, we are giving away knowledge as well. So if you hang around with us or join us in these live streams every day, we give BBT memberships. Sometimes we give away elite memberships, funded accounts. So it's not on daily basis, but because it costs money as well. But we do them quite frequently. And we answer a lot of questions, trade live, share educational material for free on YouTube. So that's also knowledge giveaway.
It was great. Great trading. All right, guys, I'm pretty tired. This might continue going higher, so I might need to take a break. But so, what do you think? You want to continue having it?
I think
we
we've proven the point. We're
I think we can
good.
call it a day around here. We stayed all the way up until the SpaceX IPO. We've traded it live. The momentum is slowly fading in, but it's still there. It's totally tradable.
Yeah,
So guys, if you have any more questions, if you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com, peter@bearbletraders.com, andrew@bearbletraders.com. Join us at BBT. We're trading there live every day, and join us on YouTube on daily basis. So make sure to hit the like button, the bell button. You'll be notified whenever we get live, and subscribe to our channel every day, 8 a.m. till 12 p.m. We're here on YouTube.
There you go.
Yeah,
Eamon,
SpaceX is
Eamon
gonna
did
be
all of the summary work for us. So that's awesome. Okay. So with that, Andrew, one last shot of your trade. Here it is. He's looking to get filled.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if it goes up and hits your target, we're almost there. I wanted to see it hit that.
Is at 174. Yeah.
174. Yeah. Look at this. You've got 61,000 in the bank, 54,000 unrealized. So you're on track right now for $100,000 win here on SpaceX. That's got to put you pretty much at 100K for the day right now, right?
It is, yeah, that's for sure.
So,
there you go.
Including your other trades. So that's awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. You too can make 100K. Yeah, you got to be special, like Andrew. But that's awesome, man. That's a good return on any given day for anybody. So, all right. Well, with
all right,
that,
guys, thank you so much, and see you on Monday morning, guys. Trading SpaceX. Cheers.
See you then, guys.
Weekend, everyone.
Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Have a good one.